Sample. The German forces have launched an unstoppable barrage. At Cheyenne T2B is unleashing the might of Deutschland with endless reinforcements. It's like Oktoberfest, but with flags instead of beer. Meanwhile, Japan has made its move, possibly plotting a sneak attack while the Germans are busy toasting to their overwhelming numbers. Remember folks, don't let the sushi fool you. Japan has a reputation for being crafty in battle. Who's going to ally or wreak havoc next? Keep those comments coming. Germany has officially declared war, and with Cheyenne T2B rallying the troops with a relentless wave of support, it seems the Bundeswehr is ready to invade all the snack tables with pretzels and beer. Meanwhile, Usana Jumj 9591 has dropped Pakistan into the chaos, a nation known for its spicy biryani and cricket prowess. This clash could get heated. Will Germany's efficiency triumph over Pakistan's resilience? This is a showdown of epic culinary and athletic proportions. The German forces unleashed a staggeringly overwhelming wave of troops, led by the relentless Cheyenne T2B, dominating the battlefield with an onslaught of reinforcements. Meanwhile, the USA lurks nearby, ready to jump in and stir the pot with their all-too-familiar bravado. Think burgers and baseball, but with a side of chaos. And don't count out Indonesia. Kianu Zainulasi has mobilized their spirited forces ready to make their mark before it's too late. What's this? Are we witnessing an all-out brawl between bratwurst and fried rice here? Buckle up, folks, it's about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up with a German powerhouse unleashed by Cheyenne T2B, sending wave after wave of flags like a relentless blitz. But wait, here comes Lithuania led by Jokubas Kazlauskas and 3J, ready to charge through the lines with their famous basketball skills. Meanwhile, a fierce Aussie brigade is emerging from the down under, led by Wilperk 14 and Bendoan 9366, likely armed with Vegemite and a boomerang. Let's not forget Poland, with Dadik 18 rallying the troops. Who needs a plane when you can just walk through a pierogi factory? Buckle up, this battle is about to get spicy. Chaos erupts as Indonesia's forces surge onto the battlefield, flexing their numbers with Didat Saja Semso 9 leading the charge. Watch out, Australia, commanded by Wilperk 14, is ready to jump in but looks like they've brought a boomerang to a knife fight. Meanwhile, Iran's relentless troops, bolstered by Agrinikik's fervor, are taking no prisoners. And, oh boy, Mr. Floksik isn't backing down with Russia's icy glare focused on Ukraine, represented by Daria Bidek, who's ready to defend their territory. Can we get a Deutschland über alles from Cheyenne T2B as Germany joins the fray? This battlefield is heating up. Grab your popcorn. The battlefield is heating up with Iran launching a surprise attack, led by the relentless Push. Meanwhile, Brazil is rallying its forces with Didatsaja Wensen09 leading the Samba troops, ready to dance through the chaos. Indonesia, represented fiercely by ZZZ9I and the ever-persistent Human Bag, is not backing down, setting the stage for a thrilling showdown. And let's not forget the German onslaught. It seems the Lara Z5C5P squad is multiplying like they're trying to conquer the world with pretzels. Look out, because Poland is hoisting its flag high. Karol Janis S2C and Karok 824 are planting their roots deep, determined to make their mark. With Habu 1000 charging in from Iraq, this war is shaping up to be one for the history books. Who's ready for this epic clash of cultures and chaos? Chaos erupts as Iraq's forces rally behind Habubi 1000, shouting their country's name like it's a battle cry for a taco night. Germany, led by Bubbleboo, seeks to form a strategic alliance with Poland, thanks to Karol Janis S2C. But watch out for Iran's surprise attack from Agrianike, with India storming in from every angle, courtesy of Itiza Ren YT. This war is about to get spicy, just like curry, but with a side of sauerkraut. The battlefield is erupting as Indonesia, led by the relentless Tim Dafa, joins forces with the Philippine juggernaut, powered by Wilya Lukatangian's epic rally. Meanwhile, Poland's Karol Janis S2C is preparing to clash with Germany's formidable legion, represented by Ich bin 10 Jahr, with the tension thick enough to slice with a pretzel. And what's this? Iran is sending a wave of reinforcements as Agrianike calls in his troops. Better get ready for some spicy confrontations, folks. But wait, Iraq is rallying hard with a superhero level of enthusiasm from Habubi 1000. Can anyone stop this surge? Let's not forget the classic Turkey and Russia staring each other down, ready to draw first blood. Buckle up, because this war is just heating up. The battlefield is heating up. Germany, represented by Ich bin 10 Jahr, is clashing head-on with the Turkish forces led by Ardinke 25. It's a sauerkraut versus kebab showdown. Meanwhile, Iraq, with an epic surge from Musiashi Iba 9 Ku and Habi 1000, is coming in hot with a massive wave of support. They're clearly not backing down. And let's not forget the Indonesian troops, led by Tim Dafa Countryball, forming a formidable alliance with Xavier X5P. This is a cluster of chaos that even the rice paddocks can't contain. Remember, if you think Indonesia is just about rice, wait until you see their battle skills. Iranian forces are rallying with intense fervor, as Agrianike sends wave after wave of support. Meanwhile, Indonesia, bolstered by Tim Dafa Countryball's relentless campaign, is overwhelming the battlefield with sheer numbers. The Philippines, represented fiercely by Willy Lukatangian, is not backing down either. Can we expect a tropical counterattack? In the chaos, Iraq is crying out for reinforcements from Musiashi Iba 9 Ku. Are they ready to lift their spirits, or will they fall into despair? And let's not forget South Korea, led by Chamke Bongmak, standing strong with a fortified wall of flags. This is geopolitical madness at its finest. Vietnam is charging into the battlefield with an explosive show of solidarity, as Kahabi 3J leads the charge with a flag frenzy. Meanwhile, Malaysia's forces, represented by the relentless @Girl TV Muhammad D8T8I, are swarming in with a staggering number of reinforcements, like they're preparing for a food festival rather than a war. And look out, South Korea, strong and united, is dropping in bombshells with @Chamkapongmak rallying the troops. Can they outshine the Philippines, who are sending a tsunami of support from @WilliaLukatanjin? Almost makes you wonder if they're all just here for the karaoke afterward. The battlefield is ablaze with fervor as Indonesia, led by @Timdafa Countryball, mounts a relentless offensive. The squadron from Iraq, commanded by @Musia Shiba 9, isn't backing down either. It's a full-on clash of cultures. Meanwhile, Vietnam, spearheaded by @MCKD2B and @Hobby3J, is rallying troops like they're preparing for a culinary competition. And can we talk about the amusing rivalry between @Beta1777 Renato's Malaysia and @Shayan T2B's Germany? One's known for spice while the other is all about beer. This could get wild. Chaos erupts as the UK forces rally for a comeback, but Iran swiftly counters with a show of strength. Meanwhile, Indonesia's battalions flood in with relentless waves intent on taking over the battlefield. Malaysia is planting its flag all over the map, and my goodness, the Philippines are not backing down either, sending reinforcements like it's a friendly neighborhood potluck. And let's not forget Iraq, passionately shouting for victory like a football fan at the last minute of a match. The tension is palpable, and the stakes are as high as the price of tea in England. Who will rise from the ashes of this epic showdown? The battle lines are drawn with Vietnam charging in with an army of flags from @MCKD2B and @HeyB3J, while South Korea, led by the relentless @Maeda and @Shinsugyong K1Q, is ready to unleash their legendary K-pop power. Indonesia, with the impressive forces of @Timdafa Countryball and @Superairjet SAJ-70, is storming the battlefield like it's a tropical island vacation. Meanwhile, Iran's @Musa Shayam 9Q and @Agriini Kike are rolling in with their Persian tactics, and you know they're not here for tea and poetry. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of nations? Stay tuned. Chaos erupts as Malaysia's forces, led by @Beta1777 Renato, unleash wave after wave, while Indonesia, spearheaded by @Timdafa Countryball and @Superairjet SAJ-70, rallies with overwhelming fervor. Meanwhile, Turkey, represented fiercely by @Gurbaz12345, has just formed a surprising alliance with Iraq's relentless army from @Musa Shayaban. Watch out for the epic showdown as Vietnam, led by @Quahabi3J and @MCKD2B, prepares to storm the battlefield with sheer numbers. Fun fact, Malaysia is known for its memes, but will they meme their way to victory this time? The battlefield is ablaze with fury as Iran, led by a greenie cake, rallies its forces, ready to unleash chaos. Meanwhile, Vietnam rises under the command of MCK-D2B, sending wave after wave of troops to overwhelm the opposition. Over in the north, Nightmare Sahar official has summoned Russia, and you know they're bringing some serious horsepower to the brawl. Indonesia is not backing down, with Tindafa Country Ball and an army of supporters charging fiercely into the fray. Seriously, they're multiplying like rabbits. And let's not forget the fierce rivalry brewing between Malaysia, with Daniel S2G and Beta 1077 Renato clashing over supremacy, while Azerbaijan, thanks to non-stop 440 medges, is looking to capitalize on the chaos. Who will secure victory, and who will be left waving their white flags of surrender? Stay tuned. The battlefield is heating up, as Vietnam storms in with a relentless wave of players, at MCK-D2B leading the charge with their national pride. But wait, Malaysia, under the relentless rallying of at Beta 1777 Renato, is flooding the field with reinforcements, making it a neighborly showdown. Meanwhile, the Germans Showdown T2B are flexing their tactical prowess, ready to dominate with precision, while Indonesia Tindafa Country Ball is launching a surprise attack, bringing the party with their legendary hospitality. And what's this? Azerbaijan non-stop forward in 40 mm, and Iran Agrinikik are trying to form a tactical alliance, potentially shaking up the dynamics in this already chaotic war zone. This is like a global potluck gone rogue. Who knew world cuisines turned into epic rivalries? Hold on to your seats, folks, it's going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is heating up as Morocco joins the fray, declaring allegiance with Indonesia, who's sending wave after wave of troop emerges. Meanwhile, Vietnam is rallying fiercely under the command of MCK-D2B, with an impressive display of unity that could make any rice farmer proud. Let's not forget Azerbaijan sneaking in like that one kid in gym class trying to dodge the dodgeball. Sneaky but effective. And shout out to Ala ZZ94 and Agriani Kiki for keeping the spirit alive on the Moroccan and Iranian fronts. Who knew spamming could feel like wartime strategy? The battlefield is heating up with Malaysia rolling in strong, backed by at Beta 1777 Renato's fervent flag rallying. Meanwhile, Russia is flexing its muscles like a bear on roller skates at Drita, while Vietnam is coming in hot, with a relentless wave of comments from at MCK-D2B and others chanting their nation's name louder than a karaoke night. Don't forget Indonesia, storming the scene with at Tindafa Country Ball leading the charge like a spicy rendang at a family dinner. Fun fact, did you know that Vietnam is famous for its pho, a dish that can win wars, and Malaysia? They have the best roti canai to fuel the fight. Keep those comments flying, folks. The battlefield is heating up as Turkey storms in with a squadron of reinforcements, led by Gürbüz 12345. Meanwhile, Indonesia is launching a relentless invasion, led by the indefatigable Timdafa country ball, ready to flood the arena with their sheer numbers. But don't count out Vietnam, whose ranks are swelling under MCK D2B's banner, rallying with an impressive display of patriotism. Fun fact, Turkey claims to make the best baklava, but Indonesia might just outdo them with their spicy rendang. Can anyone survive the chaos of this culinary clash? The battlefield is ablaze as the roar of Vietnam echoes from the ranks of MCK D2B and Ninh Nguyen 09R, rallying their troops for yet another surge. Meanwhile, Austria's Painter Austria is trying to hold the line, but the relentless bombardment from Turkey's Gerbas 12345 is proving overwhelming. And what's this? A coalition of Indonesian forces from Timdafa Countryball is launching a surprise attack while Malaysia's Beta 1777 Renato brings in wave after wave of reinforcements. Did someone order a side of rendang with that chaos? Let's not forget the crafty Azerbaijan strategist lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. Austria is rallying its forces under Painter Austria, sending wave after wave of troops into the fray. Meanwhile, India is represented by the Random Guy 2.0, who's storming the battlefield with determination. Watch out because Vietnam, led by MCK D2B and Ninh Nguyen 09R, is launching a surprise offensive that could turn the tide of war. It's like a foe versus schnitzel showdown. Who will emerge victorious? And what's this? Turkey is advancing aggressively, with Gerbas 12345 unleashing a flood of reinforcements. Indonesia, riding high with Timdafa country ball and Fibriansiak 12-4, looks ready to shake things up like a spicy sambal on a plain rice dish. Tension is rising as alliances shift, and every comment is a tactical move in this epic battle of the flags. The battlefield is heating up with the fierce entries of the Czech Republic, India, and a massive wave of Indonesian forces marching in like it's a meme party. Meanwhile, Vietnam is flexing its muscles, screaming, Vietnam, like it's the national anthem on repeat. Austria is trying to maintain peace, but it looks like they're just bringing more schnitzel to the chaos. I hope everyone packed their rice and curry, because it's about to get spicy with Indonesia and India eyeing each other suspiciously. The battlefield erupts as Vietnam calls for reinforcements. MCK D2B and the fierce Bok Vietnamidol are rallying the troops, ready to clash with Indonesia, commanded by the tireless Timdafa Countryball. Meanwhile, Malaysia's army, led by Beta 1777 Renato, is marching in with overwhelming numbers. Fun fact, did you know that Vietnamese food is so good, it might just end the war with a bowl of pho? Buckle up, this is going to be a spicy showdown. The battlefield is heating up as the Czech Republic jumps into the fray, thanks to @Vojtěch. Meanwhile, Malaysia is storming the front lines with an overwhelming force of flags from @Beta177 Ronaldo and @Farash Wazif. Vietnam, led fiercely by @MCKD2B and @Bok Vietnamidol, is rallying strong with a wave of flags that would make any army jealous. If you thought they weren't serious, remember, they invented foe, and they sure know how to spice things up. Indonesia, represented by the relentless @Timdafa Countryball and @Hamfibriansiak Tuufori, is proving to be a formidable opponent, launching attack after attack. And Austria, with the iconic @Painter Austria, is throwing in a flag party like it's the Vienna Ball. Just don't expect anyone to waltz away from this brawl. The battlefield is ablaze with fierce rivalry as Vietnam, led by the relentless @MCKD2B, launches wave after wave of forces against Malaysia. @DarkQ9562 is rallying their troops with chants of Malaysia, Malaysia, Malaysia, like a broken record stuck in a war zone. Meanwhile, Indonesia's @Timdafa Countryball is on the front lines, throwing in reinforcements like it's a never-ending buffet of warriors. Are they feeding them too much satay? And not to be outdone, the Philippines @Maritsgabna 5375 is swooping in with a heroic battle cry, ready to steal the show. An epic clash is brewing as the Philippines, led by the valiant @Maritsgabana 5375, is gearing up against the relentless might of Malaysia, championed by @DarkQ9562. Meanwhile, Indonesia, under the banner of @Timdafa Countryball, is rallying for a surprise attack. And look out, Iran's @Agriyenikik is looking to stir the pot, while @Amiralmari W1B marches in with Russia ready to spice things up with some Cold War memes. Get ready for a roller coaster of alliances and betrayals, folks. This battle is about to ignite. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia rallies its troops, with an overwhelming show of force led by @Lisnema and @Timdafa Countryball. Meanwhile, Malaysia, spearheaded by @DarkQ9562 and Farash Wazif, is also putting up a fierce defense, chanting Malaysia, Malaysia, Malaysia like a battle cry. But hold on to your hats, because India, represented by @the Random Guy 2.0, is charging in with an arsenal of epic memes and Cricket World Cup dreams. Is a kooky cultural exchange on the horizon, or will we see an all-out brawl? The stakes are high and the tension is palpable. massive clash is brewing as Indonesia, led by the unstoppable Tim Dafa Country Ball, rolls onto the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, Vietnam rallies fiercely with MCKD2B leading a charge, chanting Vietnam like it's a war anthem. But wait, the Philippines isn't backing down either, as Maritas Gabinata 5375 and Marian Lavzaditing swarm the field with their proud battle cries. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, India, with the Random Guy 2.0, charges in like it's Black Friday, ready to claim their space. Did you know Indonesia is home to more volcanoes than any other country? Maybe they should erupt onto the battlefield. Buckle up, folks. This is turning into a global free-for-all. The battlefield is buzzing with the clash of nations. Malaysia is sending waves of troops led by Firash Wazif, while the relentless forces of Indonesia under Tim Dafa Country Ball are marching forward with a staggering number of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Vietnam, spearheaded by MCKD2B, is rallying their ranks for a fierce showdown. Who knew they could mobilize this fast, huh? And let's not forget the Brazilians led by Bartolome F6W bringing the Carnival spirit to the chaos. Just remember, you can't dance your way out of a war. But wait, India is crashing the party like it's Diwali with the Random Guy 2.0 unleashing an unending chant of support. Meanwhile, Australians under Ana Gisele Carneiro Moreira S8Q are preparing for a boomerang strike as they join the fray. Will they bring the Barbie or just the thunder? Stay tuned. The battleground is heating up as Indonesia launches a massive wave of enthusiasm led by Tim Dafa Country Ball, their forces marching in unison. But wait, here comes Emil Kartashian with a formidable Armenian alliance, and the fiery tension with Vietnam is palpable as MCKD2B rallies their troops to back the legendary Vic name. Meanwhile, India is not backing down either, with the Random Guy 2.0 unleashing an unrelenting chant that could shake the very foundations of this conflict. And just when you think it can't get crazier, Australia enters the fray, ready to throw some shrimp on the Barbie while dodging friendly fire. The comedy of errors continues as players from all sides flex their flags. And who can forget the ever-boozy Austria, trying to maintain neutrality but frantically waving their flags while pondering that age-old question. What's the capital of Vienna again? Stay tuned, because this conflict is just getting started. The battlefield is ablaze as Vietnam is charging hard with a barrage of support from @MCKD2B. Meanwhile, Austria is bringing the schnitzels to the fight with @Painter Austria leading a waltz of flags. But hold on tight, the Random Guy 2.0 is rallying India by the dozen. Are they planning an invasion or just stirring up a curry storm? And what's this? Indonesia, led by Tim Dafa Country Ball, is not about to back down with an army of comment attacks. Their coconut bombs are ready. The tension is palpable as Philippines joins the fray. determined to bring a fiesta vibe to this chaotic clash. Remember folks, this isn't just a game. It's like a family reunion gone rogue, everyone's fighting for the last lumpia. An all-out brawl erupts as Indonesia's forces, led by @Timdafa Countryball, flood the battlefield like an unstoppable tsunami, while Vietnam, championed by @MCKD2B, stands firm with an army that's basically the embodiment of Vietnam is forever strong. Meanwhile India, with gusto from @the Random Guy 2.0 and all the echoing chants of India, India, is gearing up to join this chaotic free-for-all. And Austria? Well, @Painter Austria just keeps shouting from the sidelines. Is he here to assist or just to offer a coffee break? Let's see if he can serve up some neutrality while the rest of the nations clash. What an explosive showdown we have brewing between Indonesia and Vietnam. @Timdafa Countryball is rallying the Indonesian forces with relentless flags, while @MCKD2B is bringing the heat for Vietnam with a chorus of chants. Did you know that Indonesia has over 17 Zuzen islands? That's a lot of ground to cover. Meanwhile, Vietnam is known for its mouth-watering pho. Perfect fuel for a battle. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, @Marian Lovesidating is swooping in with reinforcements from the Philippines, ready to stir the pot. Who knew that supporting a friend could taste so good? This battlefield is heating up. Who's going to claim victory? The battlefield is heating up as @Elo7ash brings the Czech Republic into the fray. But hold on to your hats because @Timdafa Countryball just launched Indonesia like a cannonball, flooding the chat with support. @MCKD2B is rallying the troops for Vietnam, chanting like a champion, while @Painter Austria is trying to keep Germany in the mix, hoping for a strong brew of strategy. This is like a game of geopolitical chess, but everyone's throwing the pieces in the air. And speaking of chess, did you know the Vietnamese are excellent at it? Meanwhile, let's see if the Indonesians can outbanter everyone with their spicy memes. As if that wasn't enough, @the Yalcat No is backing Vietnam like it's the next big TikTok dance challenge, but stay alert. The US is rolling in with @the Random Guy 2.0 ready to throw some shade. Time to see whose flags will fly higher. The battlefield is heating up with Russia's relentless advance, called in by @Andy QL5K, while Spain, led by @Marian Lovesidating, launches a passionate counterattack. But wait, @Timdafa Countryball has unleashed a tsunami of Indonesian forces, and they're flooding the front lines like it's a beach party. Meanwhile, Vietnam, spearheaded by @MCKD2B, is serving up a relentless noodle barrage. Who knew they'll be so hungry for victory? As the Philippines struts into the fray, dropping those flags like it's a fiesta, I can just hear the Manila memes after this showdown. Buckle up, folks, this is going to be one wild ride. Explosions echo as Spain charges onto the battlefield, led by the fervent Marian Lovesabdiding. But hold on tight, because Indonesia, fueled by Tim Dafa country balls, is launching wave after wave of palm oil-powered troops. Meanwhile, Mumadi 695 rallies Malaysia, ready to spice things up like a hot sambal. And let's not forget the intimidating might of Russia, as Shlob Voronezhsky brings the cold and the chaos. Can someone tell me why we have so many Germans in this war? Oh right, every battle needs a good punctuality reminder. Chaos reigns as Vietnam's forces hit the ground running, backed by the relentless the Yalcat. New. But wait, Indonesia, under the fierce leadership of Tim Dafa country ball, isn't backing down with an onslaught of troops eager to dominate the battlefield. Meanwhile, Germany's stacking its artillery like it's preparing for Oktoberfest, led by the ever-determined Painter Austria, who's probably brewing some serious competition. And with Malaysia joining the fray thanks to Mumadi 695, it's about to get spicy. Who knew the Malaysian army could cook up trouble like their famous satay? Chaos erupts as Vietnam takes a bold stance with wave after wave of reinforcements. The Yellcat none is all in with the bees. Meanwhile, the German juggernaut led by Painter Austria continues its relentless advance, attempting to overwhelm the opposition with an embarrassing number of Germany calls, leaving us all wondering if they're trying to summon the spirit of Oktoberfest instead of battle. Watch out for Mumadi 695 pulling the Malaysian card. Who knew they'd swoop in like ninjas? And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Mr. Gunman 9289 is rallying France, promising high cuisine and immediate surrenders as they whip out the baguettes. The battlefield is heating up faster than a Spanish flamenco dancer in a bullfighting ring. Marian Lovesabdiding sure is making Spain proud with their fiery shouts. Chaos erupts as Indonesia, represented by Tim Dafa country ball, floods the battlefield with an endless wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Paspi Passes Laos and Etrial Nanikoalvas Chile are tapping their war drums in anticipation of an epic showdown, while Mumadi Set 695 leads a Malaysia charge that just won't quit. But watch out, Mr. Gunman 9289's France and Painter Austria's Germany are forming an alliance that could change the tides of this battle forever. Did you know that Germany has more sausages than there are days in a year? Get ready for some serious worst action. Oh boy. The battlefield is heating up as the USA launches an all-out assault, led by the relentless Atzazelapira, sending shockwaves through the ranks. Meanwhile, @MannyVlogsandPlays rallies the Dominican Republic to create a feisty alliance, while @MarianLovesZadating throws down for Spain like it's the 16th century all over again. Not to be outdone, @Painter Austria is bringing the German efficiency to an epic level, ready to steamroll anything in sight. And wait, here comes the Random Guy 2.0 with North Korea, aiming for a surprise invasion as @1010day0 deploys Malaysian forces. Remember folks, they might just be bringing the best Seste to the fight. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash? Stay tuned. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia erupts with an overwhelming force, led by @Tim Dafa Country Ball rallying the troops for a massive wave of support. Meanwhile, Germany, the relentless powerhouse, is being called on by @Painter Austria, unleashing a blitzkrieg of comments that could rival any historical march. And just when things couldn't get crazy, Spain is staging a comeback with @MarianLovesZadating, reminding us that they're always ready for a fiesta, even in war. In the shadows, North Korea is lurking with @the Random Guy 2.0, plotting their next move, while Vietnam, proudly represented by @the Yalcat, asserts their dominance with sheer tenacity. Let's not forget the Dominican Republic, bringing some Caribbean flair to this chaos, thanks to @MannyVlogsandPlays. Who will emerge victorious in this battle of the flags? Stay tuned. North Korea is gearing up for an all-out assault as @the Random Guy 2.0 rallies the troops. Meanwhile, the Dominican Republic is stubbornly holding its ground, thanks to the relentless efforts of @MannyVlogsandPlays, who's clearly running a one-man show here. Germany, powered by @Painter Austria, is pumping out the chants like it's Oktoberfest every day, while Malaysia, represented by the fervent @1010day0, is quietly plotting some strategic moves. And don't get me started on @MarianLovesZadating, tirelessly championing Spain like it's the World Cup final. But will they stand a chance against the Russo-Asian alliance brewing with @AndyQL5IKeys Russia? Let's find out. Chaos erupts as France storms the battlefield with a relentless wave of troops, led by @Tim Dafa Country Ball. Meanwhile, North Korea, represented by @the Random Guy 2.0, is plotting its next move, while India and Russia collude, with @Shazlov Voronezhsky bringing in reinforcements. And let's not forget the Spanish hype train powered by @MarianLovesZadating. Can they keep up with the French croissant, or will it be a full-blown baguette showdown? The battle is heating up with the Dominican Republic storming the front lines, led by the relentless @Manny Vlogsan plays who just can't get enough of that Caribbean spice. But wait, North Korea, represented by @the random guy 2zo, is launching a surprise attack. Looks like they're trying to spice up the diplomatic menu with some fiery rhetoric. Meanwhile, Russia's deploying a never-ending avalanche of support, thanks to Ajla Voronezhsky, who's enlisted an entire battalion of Russia chains. And watch out, Spain is entering the fray with gusto as @MarianLovdeding sends a tsunami of Iberian might crashing into the battlefield. Can anyone stop this Spanish wave? The chaos is palpable. Chaos erupts as France storms the battlefield, with @TimDafa Countryball rallying the troops to the sound of baguettes clashing. Meanwhile, Russia, led by @AndyQL5IK and @Drong2100, is unleashing a vodka-fueled offensive that's harder to stop than their winter. Japan, represented by @GuyeGenR7Y, is getting ready to drop some sushi bombs, hoping to roll their way to victory. And don't forget about Spain, @MarianLovdeding is bringing the flamenco spirit, dancing their way into enemy lines. What do you think? Will these countries form alliances or end up throwing tomatoes at each other? The battlefield is heating up with France launching an all-out flambés assault. TimDafa Countryball is rallying the troops with an army of French flair that's taking over the map. Meanwhile, Spain isn't taking this lying down. MarianLovdeding is sending in a tsunami of paella-powered reinforcements. Who knew food could be a war strategy? And watch out for Vietnam. Game 323 is sneaking in with stealth tactics that could turn the tide. Over in the east, Japan's forces are gearing up for a showdown as GuyeGenR7Y and friends prepare their samurai swords. It's a culinary clash of cultures. And don't forget about the mighty Russians, led by Drong2100, who are ready to throw down like it's a vodka-fueled dance-off. Stay tuned, this is going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is heating up. France is marching in like the ultimate cheese-loving army, with TimDafa Countryball rallying the troops to chant France, louder than a Parisian cafe debate. Meanwhile, Japan is not backing down with GuyeGenR unleashing a tsunami of Japan chants, bringing sushi rolls and samurai swords to the fray. And hold on to your hats, folks, because here comes Korea, represented fiercely by Kim Jong-tae, ready to breakdance their way through the chaos. But what's this? Malaysia is assembling as a sneaky underdog, with 10 Team Day 0 and others ready to serve up some spicy rendang while plotting their next move. Will they form alliances or stir up a culinary clash? Stay tuned. Chaos erupts as the Korean forces led by Kim Jong-tae H3L8D clash with the unstoppable wave of Tim Dafa Country Ball's friends. Meanwhile, the Philippines, spearheaded by Holyrood's Bacon Prince, is looking to establish a strategic alliance with Malaysia. But can they trust Tenende Zero forces? India, represented by Mitu Guha, seems poised for domination, unleashing a barrage of love for their homeland. Maybe too much love because they're definitely overcompensating with that emoji spam. And let's not forget the Japanese juggernaut from Kunji R7Y, who seems to have summoned all of their anime power for this epic showdown. Chaos erupts as Korean forces, led by our fearless commander Kim Jong-tae H3L8D, clash with the mighty Brazilian troops commanded by Dimit Z. Meanwhile, Australia, represented by Nertho CXP, is eyeing to take down the Philippine warriors led by the unstoppable Holyrood's Bacon Prince, who seems to be multiplying faster than rabbits. And what's this? India, under the leadership of Mitu Guha, is ready to unleash a spicy surprise attack. Let's hope they come with more than just curry this time. Will the French brigade led by Tim Dafa Country Ball come to the rescue? Or are they too busy perfecting their croissants? Keep those comments coming. The battlefield is heating up. Tensions are rising as the Philippines, represented fiercely by Holyrood's Bacon Prince, prepares for a showdown against the ever-enthusiastic Indian forces led by Mitu Guha. Meanwhile, Manhivlogzanplays is rallying the Dominican Republic troops in a hilarious yet chaotic mess of commands. And what's this? Australia, with Nertho CXP at the helm, is trying to maintain order while Malaysia's Anaki Furkan Rizkan Muktaziu 9152 sneaks in strategic snacks. Everyone knows they bring the best food to the battlefield. War drums are thundering as Malaysia and India clash head-on in an epic showdown, with Australia swinging in like a boomerang, determined to grab the spotlight. Meanwhile, Indonesia rolls in like a tidal wave, rallying troops with their endless emoji chant, while Vietnam watches from the sidelines, ready to dive in at any moment. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Korea's lurking in the shadows. Let's hope they brought enough kimchi for everyone. Chaos erupts as Australia, led by Nertho CXP, sets its sights on India, who's rallying behind Mitu Guha like a cricket team in a World Cup final. Meanwhile, Indonesia, represented by FAHRI KR, is launching a surprise strike. declaring no way we're missing this barbecue. Not to be outdone, Malaysia, with a thunderous shout from Anaki Furkan Rizkan Modazizu 9142, is charging in like a durian-scented whirlwind, ready to stir the pot. And let's not forget the USA, who at Ain 46287 seems to think can just waltz in and claim the top spot. Sorry, but it's not that easy, buddy. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia fires the first shots with unyielding reinforcements from at FFHRI. Meanwhile, at Nertho CXP and at Feo Telto Tinija rally the Australians and the English, ready to show off their throw a shrimp on the Barbie tactics against the rising tide of Indonesia. But hold on, because India, spearheaded by Atmaitha Guha, is not sitting idly, throwing down the curry gauntlet like it's a spicy meme war. And look out for the South Koreans, represented by A.A.O01Q3Z, charging into this chaotic fray, trying to remind everyone that they're the real K-drama stars on this battlefield. Meanwhile, at Furkan 19A is sending waves of Iraqi forces, like they're just trying to find the best shawarma in the middle of all this chaos. The clash of nations is epic. Who will emerge victorious? The battlefield is heating up as South Korea's forces surge forward, led by the relentless ATA-001Q3Z. But wait, Malaysia refuses to back down, with Adana Kiefer Kmotaziz 9152 rallying the troops for a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, Indonesia, represented by FAHRIKR, is sending wave after wave of reinforcements. It's like a K-pop concert gone wild, with everyone trying to outshine each other. And at FireJason001 is here representing Vietnam like it's a karaoke showdown. Let's see who can hit the highest notes in this chaotic harmony. Chaos reigns as the Philippines launches an all-out barrage with waves and waves of reinforcements. At Halyurit's Bacon Prince is leading the charge, bringing more Filipinos to the front lines than I can count. Are they planning a karaoke night or an invasion? Meanwhile, at Dimudits Zids and at Dalcha Official are rallying Brazil, ready to samba their way into battle, while Germany, represented by at Rexepel 0D4XZ, is eyeing them suspiciously. What's next, a football match or a turf war? Indonesia stands strong with a massive force from at FAHRIKR and at Siful Effendi K3T looking to outlast them all. As China, the sleeping dragon, gears up under at Enisa Dentist 37's command, it's about to become a spicy stir-fry of national pride. Who will rise? And who will fall? Let's keep the flags flying high. Tensions are rising as Brazil enters the fray, with Stigort V rallying their troops. The Philippines, led by the relentless Hollerits Bacon Prince, is swarming the battlefield with an overwhelming number of units. It's a true invasion. But wait, Spain, represented by A-A001Q3Z, is joining the action alongside China, who's sending in a massive wave of reinforcements thanks to Anticidentis 347. Meanwhile, Germany is trying to make its mark through Rex Sepel 0DE4XZ. But can they handle the Filipino onslaught? Fun fact, did you know Germany is famous for its efficiency? But can they outsmart a zillion Filipinos shouting for their troops? Stay tuned as more nations declare their allegiance and join this epic battlefield. The battlefield has erupted with the Philippines charging forth in overwhelming numbers. Hollerits Bacon Prince is rallying the troops with a solid wave of support, while Indonesia's forces, led by Daniel Tangkakek and Fahri are staging a bold advance. But watch out. Korean forces, bolstered by A01Q3Z, are eyeing Japan's territory with fierce determination. It's a tense situation as sushi meets kimchi on the front lines. Fun fact, did you know that Filipinos may be the world's best singers? So expect some serious karaoke battles amidst the chaos. Indonesia is charging into the battlefield like 1,000 caffeine-fueled warriors, with APA H4K and Daniel Tangkakek rallying their forces. Meanwhile, Iraq isn't backing down, as Furkan 19A holds the line with wave after wave of determination. Can you feel the heat, folks? This is escalating faster than a spicy chili contest. South Korea is not to be underestimated either. JHCubing08 is leading the charge with a mighty army of K-pop fans ready to drop the beat and crush the competition. And over in the east, China, backed by Anticidentis 3427, is setting up their tech-savvy innovations for domination. Do they have a secret AI weapon? Stay tuned. And let's not forget about Greece, always trying to bring some feta cheese into this chaotic fiesta. MalittleCon895D. Can you convince them to focus on the battle instead of the tzatziki? Chaos erupts as France floods the battlefield, with Mr. Nfarbis leading the charge. It's a French revolution of flags. But wait, China's brigade, spearheaded by Anticidentis 3427, is not taking this lying down. They're storming in from the east like they're just trying to recover from a great wall of comments. Indonesia, represented valiantly by Daniel Tangkakek, is throwing in some spicy rendang as they ally with Vietnam, while Cambodia, thanks to Daryl Sigma Ding Dong, is stuck in the middle, just trying to keep peace like a diplomat at a buffet. Meanwhile, Russia Lotpay Savoyu to be, is stacking up reinforcements like they're preparing for the next Cold War. Guess they brought the vodka to keep things lively. And can we talk about South Korea and Japan? At A001Q3Z has them arguing like siblings over the last piece of sushi. Who will emerge victorious in this thrilling clash of cultures and chaos? The tension is palpable. The battlefield is heating up as NATO troops foray into the fray while South Korea, represented by A.A001Q3Z and P.ITSGDYU, prepares for a showdown. Meanwhile, the Russian bear is on a rampage with its Savaju2B and @EMAE showing unwavering support, flooding the chat with a tsunami of emojis. But wait, out of nowhere Azerbaijan, led by @BlawXXPixelusuf, has called in for backup, ready to stir the pot with some delicious plov. Indonesia's forces, bolstered by Daniel Dankakek and others, are holding strong at rank 13, while China is making moves with @Anisidentist 3427 rallying the troops. And let's not forget about the endless chants from the Iraqis poured in by @Furkan 19A. Are they planning a surprise flank? This is going to be one chaotic clash, folks. Buckle up for the wild ride ahead. Chaos erupts as Indonesia, represented by Daniel Dankakek and Rooney 0467, floods the battlefield with reinforcements, while the Czech Republic, led by Jitka Matarova, launches a relentless wave of flag-waving support. It's a global showdown with the UAE's Anisidentist 3427 and Brazil's Reiktia 6208 joining the fray. Can anyone stop the relentless French brigade from Mistin Farbiz, who's throwing down flags like they're going out of style? And speaking of style, sample. Did you know the French invented the croissant? It looks like they're preparing to serve up some major victories today. Chaos erupts as the Philippines, led by @Christine Sibayan T2L7W, rallies their forces with an unstoppable wave of troops, while Indonesia, championed by @Daniel Dankakek @Nolek Seastar, launches a fierce counterattack, declaring it a true Indonesian invasion. Brazil, under the command of @Radius 6208, is not backing down, sending a battalion of bananas, warriors into the fray. Meanwhile, the French army, perhaps distracted by a fondue party, is still sending in troops for @Mis 2 RBs, who's just trying to make French fries happen in this battle. And don't forget about Russia, as @MAPP floods the battlefield with a sea of red, likely hoping for a snack break with some borscht. Will the alliances hold, or will we see a betrayal worthy of a telenovela? Stay tuned. Chaos erupts as Brazil, led by Dimidix and Radidia 6208, storms the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of green and yellow. Meanwhile, in the vibrant corner, Italia, represented by ADMX Nigel Games, shouts Viva Italia as they prepare to unleash culinary chaos on their foes. Everyone knows nothing distracts like a good plate of pasta. Indonesia, with Noel X Star and Daniel Denkakek rallying the troops, is charging in, ready to showcase their spicy spirit. And oh boy, don't forget Russia, where Ime Peep and multiple players are storming the front lines with sheer numbers. They're like a marching band but with more vodka. This battlefield is heating up like a Brazilian summer barbecue. Chaos reigns as Indonesia storms the battlefield with a furious wave of support from players like @NoXstar and @Daniel_Denkakek. But hold on tight, because Taiwan, represented fiercely by @Chiwan6 subscribes, is eyeing the competition with stealthy moves of its own. Meanwhile, Brazil, led by the relentless @Dimi, is throwing down the gauntlet, ready to samba dance its way to victory. And let's not forget South Korea, with @K-Hate rallying troops like it's a K-pop concert. Who needs a peace treaty when you have fan chants? Chaos reigns in the arena as Korea, led by @KWHE, unleashes a relentless wave of support, determined to dominate the battlefield. But the United States, with @Tobler9 rallying the troops, continues to drown out the cries with an avalanche of patriotic fervor. Meanwhile, @Emma Peep throws Russia into the mix, echoing with their fierce ambition and a thirst for glory. Brazil, commanded by @Radius6208 and @Dimidix, is looking to samba their way through the fray, proving they're not just about football. Fun fact: did you know that Koreans are known for their fierce competitive spirit? It seems that spirit is in full throttle today. The battlefield is sizzling with energy as South Korea, represented by @Cage, charges in with an unstoppable wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Israel is not backing down, with @Force and Vaj1 are rallying forces at an alarming rate. Brazil, courtesy of @Regda6208, is having a carnival on the front line, throwing dance parties while the others scramble for strategy. Fun fact: did you know South Koreans consume more instant noodles per capita than anyone else? Talk about taking snack breaks amidst chaos. And wait, Indonesia is making a bold move from @Daniel_Denkakek, while Malaysia's Anaki Furkan Rizky Mufta Zizu 9152 brings the tropical energy. Russia, represented by @Elisep W3B, is entering the scene with a vengeance. This is a clash of titans as nations are throwing down like it's the World Cup. Keep those comments rolling. Who will take home the glory? battle lines are drawn as Malaysia, led by @Beta1777 Renato, rallies an impressive brigade of flags. Meanwhile Brazil, championed by @Dimididzi and @Rakedia6208, is unleashing a samba of emojis preparing for a spicy showdown. Oh, and the USA, with the mighty @Toddler9 sending in waves of reinforcements, seems ready to bring the American dream to the battlefield. Remember, if Brazil plays soccer like they play this game, it's going to be a flashy spectacle full of flair and drama. Iraq, with @Hurlis Great 6381 is poised for mystery and intrigue, while Indonesia enters the fray with @Daniel Dankakek, ready to show off that spicy cuisine and rich culture. And don't forget about the relentless South Korea, with @Ka, flooding the field over and over again. Will Malaysia breach Brazil's Carnival barrier, or will the US swoop in for an unexpected victory? Keep those comments coming, warriors. The battlefield is buzzing as Brazil gears up for a massive showdown. @Rakedia6208 and @Dimidits are rallying the troops, with a staggering number of Brazilians ready to samba their way to victory. Meanwhile, Malaysia's @Beta777 Renato is making waves, trying to steal the spotlight with their own brave forces. Who knew that the fight for the best set A would bring such heat? And over, in Vietnam @Bao NV5SP and @Psych3 are leading a charge that could make even a bowl of pho jealous. But wait, @Hurlis is Great 6381 is waving the Iraqi flag, stirred with some unexpected drama. Is it just me, or does it feel like the plot of a soap opera? Buckle up, viewers, this battle is just getting started. The battleground is heating up as Malaysia, led by the relentless @Beta177 Renato, lands wave after wave of reinforcements. But hold on tight, because Vietnam is storming in with an army of supporters, as @Thung Win I7S7H and @Y3H rally their troops to take on the relentless onslaught. Brazil, under the banner of @Dimididzi, is swinging its mighty football and dancing into the fray. It's a classic case of who's got the best food, as Malaysia and Vietnam face off. Everyone knows the food war is the real battle. And don't forget Russia, represented by @Maxoon7639 lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash a vodka-fueled surprise. This is a war of epic proportions, folks. The battlefield is erupting as India and Malaysia flood in with troops. @Midu Guha is rallying the Indian forces, while @Beta177 Ronaldo has gathered a sea of Malaysian support. It's a clash of cultures where curry meets nasi lemak. Meanwhile, Vietnam is making a stunning comeback with @Sikai3H leading the charge, and they've got the numbers flooding in like a viral TikTok dance challenge. Who can keep up with this intensity? And look out! Indonesia, represented by @Daniel Dankakek, is charging in ready to stir things up. It's like trying to dodge a wave in the ocean while eating a bowl of spicy noodles. Can they survive the chaos? Keep those comments rolling, because the more countries that join, the wilder this battle gets. battle lines are drawn as the Philippines launches a fierce campaign against the relentless wave of Vietnam, with Angelus Capuno 9485 rallying the troops for an epic showdown. Meanwhile, Malaysia is entering the fray led by Beta 1777 Ronaldo, summoning a battalion of flag emojis that must have a monopoly on the digital battlefield. Germany, represented by @SpateWE, is gearing up for a tactical strike, proving once again that they love precision almost as much as they love their sausages. And don't forget Indonesia, holding strong under the banner of @Daniel Dankake, proving that their snacks might just be the secret weapon they need to survive this chaos. What chaos unfolds as Vietnam invades the chat from all angles. @LE182T2K drops a barrage of Vietnamese flags, while @NoelXXEstar and @SkySprunky Hien join the fray, creating an unstoppable wave of national pride. Meanwhile, Malaysia's Beta 177 Ronaldo fights back with relentless reinforcements, chanting, "Malaysia Bola." Can the indomitable spirit of Indonesia led by @WuWuWulan turn the tide, or will it be a Vietnamese victory dance? Fun fact, Vietnam is known for its coffee, but with this level of excitement, it looks like everyone's brewing up some serious energy. Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an unstoppable wave of reinforcements. @LE Truong 182T2K and @Nguyen Quang Jikip 24 are rallying the troops with a barrage of Vietnamese flags that could rival a fireworks display. Meanwhile, @Asia Al-Kawari 412's Qatar is drawing up alliances, eyeing @Beta 177 Ronaldo's Malaysia as a potential partner, while @Muhammad Ali K6 Games Iraq is stepping in with some heavy artillery of its own. And watch out for @Satsa Beamgoskai's Russia, throwing its weight around like it owns the place. Is that a strategic move or just a flex? Meanwhile, the Philippines is feeling bold with @Angelus Capuno 9485 leading the charge. Outnumbered but not outgunned, their flavorful adobo could be the secret weapon we didn't know we needed. Chaos has erupted as Indonesia, led by @Daniel Dank, launches a fierce wave of attacks, clashing with the relentless forces of Vietnam under @Nguyen Quang Jikip 24, who seems to have recruited half the nation. Meanwhile, @Satsa BMGO Skies Russia is making a strategic entry, ready to throw vodka and spies into the mix, while the Philippines, in full swing thanks to @Mr. Chunky Blocks T, declares their allegiance in a storm of emojis. And let's not forget about @X5M's China. They're bringing an army of memes and noodles to the battlefield. Talk about a recipe for international chaos. battlefield is heating up as Malaysia launches a massive wave of support, flooding the scene with troops. But hold on tight, because Brazil isn't backing down either, sending an army of determined gamers to sway the tide. Meanwhile, Vietnam has declared its dominance with an overwhelming presence, almost demanding a peace treaty through sheer persistence. Who knew they could multitask so well? And just in case you forgot, Indonesia is here too, reminding everyone that they're not just about Bali beaches but also ready to fight for glory. Can someone explain why the Philippines is wandering around here as if they accidentally joined the wrong game? It's like showing up to a buffet only to realize you're at a speed dating event. Keep those comments coming, warriors. This war only gets crazier from here. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam, led by Titan NN 2.0 and Tantai 116, launches an all-out offensive with a fleet of flags. Japan, under the command of Yuri 9876B4U, is gearing up for a fierce defense, perhaps hoping to unleash their secret weapon: sushi that explodes with flavor. Meanwhile, Indonesia, represented by Stormchaser Bakan and Daniel Denkake, is sneaking in like a ninja, ready to turn the tide of battle with their spiced sambal. But wait, Malaysia, led by Alana Silva Q5G, is forming an unexpected alliance, and Russia is mobilizing under Arby's Team Stays' command with a vodka-fueled attack. How will this chaotic skirmish unfold? Stay tuned as Brazil, Ecuador and more nations fire their flags into the fray. The battlefield is heating up as Japan rolls in with a tsunami of support from players like @Re9876B4U, sending wave after wave of troops. But Vietnam marches ahead, bolstered by @Li182T2K and a battalion of enthusiastic reinforcements that could fill a karaoke bar overnight. Meanwhile, Indonesia, rallying the troops with @Stormchaser Bakan's battle cries, is ready to stir up some chaos in the region. And what's this? Russia enters the fray with the fervor of a bear on a trampoline, thanks to @RBZ Team Stays' multiple calls for action. This conflict is shaping up to be a spectacular clash of cultures, like sushi versus pho in a culinary smackdown. Sample. The battlefield is heating up as the mighty troops of Vietnam storm in with more flags than a World Cup final. Our fearless strategist @Lei Truong 182T2K is leading the charge with an unstoppable wave of reinforcements, while @Stormchaser Bakan sends in Indonesia to challenge the Vietnamese juggernaut. And look out, because China is not sitting back either, launching an emoji blitz with @Mujase Penguin Kun rallying their forces like they just found out it's all-you-can-eat dumplings night. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan and Poland are plotting from the sidelines, waiting to jump in at the right moment. Classic move, but can they resist the temptation to join this flag frenzy? battlefield is heating up as Vietnam rolls out its forces with an overwhelming show of support. At the Yadelkatten and at Le Trong Oe2T2K rallying their troops, declaring VN supremacy with passion. Meanwhile, South Korea is not backing down, sample, with at Salguksu leading the charge, and the tension mounts as they eye the competition. And don't forget about China, making its presence felt through at Potasei Penginkun, reminding everyone that they've got a million strategies up their sleeve. Just like their noodles. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Indonesia, led by at Stormcharenvaken, is arriving on the scene with a surprise flank. Who knew they were the dark horse? And Poland, represented by at Julian to Mega Sigma, is just chilling in the back, probably thinking about pierogi while the rest of the world is on fire. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of nations? The battlefront is heating up as France launches a massive wave of troops, led by at Haunted by 47 calling for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Australia, represented fiercely by at Immablue Flame Y5 meme, is strategizing an invasion of the culinary world with their iconic barbecue. But then, out of the shadows, China, like a ninja, brings an overwhelming force as at Mojerse Penginkun rallies its red and yellow army, ready to stir up some chaos. It's like a buffet of cultural clashes. Who will come out on top? Remember folks, when it comes to flag wars, the only thing thicker than the plot is the cheese. Chaos erupts as the Philippines charges into battle, while Brazil rolls in with an army of green and yellow, looking to samba their way to victory. Meanwhile, China's relentless squad is flooding the battlefield like a tidal wave. Those pandas better watch out. And who could ignore Vietnam rallying forces with an army as strong as their delicious foe? With Turkey's tactical maneuvers and Kazakhstan bringing the steppes strength, we're in for one wild ride. Get ready for alliances and betrayals as this international clash unfolds. Vietnam has launched an all-out attack with reinforcements streaming in from every corner, led by at Titan NN20 and at Nob 143 declaring, VN La So 1. Can anyone stand in their way as they face the overwhelming might of China's relentless forces, navigated by at Moktrisa Penginkun? Meanwhile, Indonesia's players, such as at Stormchaser and Bakken, are not backing down, sending waves of troops to join the chaos. And oh boy, Australia, represented by at Immablue Flame Y5 Emer, is throwing down some serious barbecue vibes while trying to keep the peace. Don't forget that Japan is also making their presence known. But will they bring sushi or samurai swords to the battlefield? This epic showdown is heating up, folks. China is coming hot with an army of flags like they're claiming the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Australia is rallying troops, trying to outdo each other in numbers. But can they survive the onslaught of the dragon's might? Vietnam is stepping up like a phoenix rising, unleashing wave after wave of support, proving they're ready to dance in this chaotic war zone. And what's this? Indonesia is shouting for freedom louder than ever. Merdeka indeed. Grab your popcorn, folks, because this conflict is about to get wild. battlefield is shaping up as Mongolia storms in with a massive presence, led by @Die 525, but Vietnam under the fierce leadership of @Lime 8378 and @Titan NN 2.0 is not backing down, charging with an overwhelming number of troops. Indonesia, represented by @Stormchaser and Bakan, is rallying its forces with undeniable determination. Meanwhile, China stands ready, with support from @Mojerse Penginkun preparing to flex its muscles in this chaotic clash. Fun fact: did you know that Mongolian warriors used to ride horses so much, they were practically born in the saddle? Let's see if they can ride their way to victory amidst this frenzy. Battles are raging on multiple fronts as Vietnam, led by the relentless Phuong Tran BD9 Op, squares off against the mighty Philippines with an overwhelming force from Country Balls Shorts V1B. Meanwhile, the Mongolian cavalry, commanded by @525, is charging hard to stake their claim on the battlefield, while Indonesia, represented by @Justa Hansen, is deploying wave after wave of troops. The Australian forces, led by @Ima Blue Flame Y5 Emer, are throwing down boomerangs left and right, hoping to outmaneuver their foes. And let's not forget China, making a grand entrance with an army so large it could probably take over all the dim sum restaurants. Malaysia is trying to form a coalition with @Alana Silva Q5 Dream, but can they withstand the chaos? This is the kind of tactical mess that makes world history look like a well-organized picnic. Aussie forces are storming the battlefield with a frenzy. @Ima Blue Flame Y5 Meaner is rallying an impressive squad of kangaroo warriors ready to bounce into action. Meanwhile, the Great Wall of Moktase Penginkun's China looms ominously, as they send wave after wave of their Red Army. Count them, it's more than just a few. But hold on tight, because @D525's Mongolian cavalry is charging in with serious determination. And look out, the Indonesian super squad led by @Stormchaser and Bakan just can't stop coming in hot, like a nasigar on a summer's day. Did you know that South Koreans, represented by @Parkaisung I1I, have a thing for fried chicken and beer? The battlefield is about to get a whole lot tastier. This clash is heating up, stay tuned. The battlefield is heating up. Guatemala storming in strong from @XA 2026, ready to wave that flag high and make their presence known. Meanwhile, the Philippines, with the unstoppable energy from @Country Balls Shorts V1B, is rallying troops for an epic showdown. Indonesia is not backing down either, with @Stormchaser and Bakan unleashing a barrage of support that's more intense than a spice level challenge. And wait, we've got Russia @Guzalia Kornilova Vuan Yu, making its way into the fray like they own the ice skating rink at the Olympics. Will they steal the show with their icy tactics, or melt under the heat? Let's not forget about China, marching in like it's the New Year's parade, courtesy of Mojise, Penguin King. Grab your popcorn, because this battle is about to get spicy. Erupts as Vietnam takes center stage with an overwhelming wave of support from Geopolitical, sending in reinforcements like they're serving up on a Friday night. Meanwhile, Turkey, led by the relentless Spidey's TR, is doubling down with multiple divisions ready to turn the tide with their doner kebabs and strong coffee. But wait, Russia, represented by Guzalia Kornilova V1U and Grunglar is looking to stir the pot, while China rolls in like a meme army ready to show the world the power of their Great Wall. Who will emerge victorious in this international showdown? This is one battle you don't want to miss. The battlefield is erupting as Turkey storms the frontlines, led by the relentless Spidey's TR. But wait, Vietnam isn't backing down, flooding the area with reinforcements. Treejek is rallying a legion of flags as thick as faux broth. Meanwhile, Russia, under Guzalia Kornilova V1U's command, is mobilizing for an epic showdown, shouting Tovarish with every wave. And what's this? Indonesia's forces, spearheaded by Storm Chasaran Bakan, are preparing for a surprise attack. Will they ride in like a nasi goreng storm? This battle is about to get spicy. Massive forces are clashing as Turkey rallies its troops with a rallying cry from Spidey's TR, unleashing a flurry of flags. Meanwhile, the relentless waves of Vietnam from Treejek are flooding the battlefield, determined to dominate. And don't forget about Russia, charging forward with an avalanche of support from Timur Abdullayeva. Who knew they brought a winter army to a summer fight? As Indonesia's forces land in a surprise move led by Rapaldo B7B, the tension rises. The stakes are high, and memes are flying almost as fast as the flags. Who's going to emerge victorious in this chaotic global showdown? Buckle up, folks, it's about to get wild. Chaos erupts as the mighty forces of China, represented by Mojise Penguin King, march forward in a relentless wave. But wait, Tunisia's Geopolitical and the fiery troops from Turkey led by Sput TR are not backing down, chanting Big Tunisi like it's a battle cry. Meanwhile, Russia's Guzalia Kornilova V1U is hoisting their flags high, and it seems they might be looking to stir some trouble with the fresh recruits from Indonesia and Uzbekistan. Can you feel the tension? Fun fact. Did you know Turkey's national dish is kebab? Well, prepare for a sizzling showdown on the battlefield. The battlefield is heating up as Geopolitical throws Tunisia into the fray. Meanwhile, the USA, led by @Mapperguy 2026, is joining forces with @Gromglar's relentless Russian horde. Oh, and who could forget @Ninimo Eballs 2026 stomping around with a swarm of Syrian bugs. Gotta watch out for those. Turkey, under siege from @Camperlus and @Erdogansalik 8885, is flooding the arena with flag-waving fervor. Guess they're bringing a whole new meaning to Turkish delight. And just in time, we have Australia charging in from @AndrewGeorge 8902, ready to throw some shrimp on the Barbie while chaos reigns. Who knew barbecue could be so combat ready? Hold on tight, folks. Tunisia has declared war under the command of Geopolitical, but wait, Turkey, led by the relentless Camperlus, is storming in with wave after wave of troops. Meanwhile, @GigaChad BJ6TT's USA is gearing up for an all-out showdown, boasting its strength with a battalion of flag emojis. Can anyone stop the endless Turkish reinforcements, or will they just keep coming like that one friend who never leaves the party? And let's not forget Mujasay Penginkun sending in the Chinese forces, known for their strategic planning. Though they might need to work on their punctuality. It's shaping up to be a wild conflict, folks. The battlefield is heating up with the relentless clash of flags. Singapore's relentless presence is taking the front lines as @Rehani.4 sends wave after wave of support, but watch out. The USA, represented by @GigaChad BJ6TT and @MikeHoncho2836, is charging in, claiming all the glory while everyone else takes a back seat. Classic. Meanwhile, Russia, led by @Gromglar, looks to capitalize on any misstep, ready to swoop in like a bear at a picnic. And over on the sidelines, @Mujsa Penginkun is sending in a tidal wave of China, making it clear they're here to play the long game. But what's that? Turkey is rallying its forces through @Camperlus and Emersam33, determined to put the kebab on the grill before anyone else can take a bite. Will France and their fancy cuisine, thrown into the mix by @Fabian3668, get a taste of the action? This war is only just heating up. The battlefield is erupting with fierce declarations as the Philippines, led by @Ninimo Cochranballs 2026, storm into the fray with an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, China, championed by @Motsa Penginkun, is rallying its massive army, ready to engage in a clash of titans. And let's not forget Turkey, represented by @Camperlus, who isn't pulling any punches with their relentless reinforcements. It's a Turkish delight of chaos here. As the USA, thanks to @GigaChad BJ6TT, sets the stage for all-out war, those infamous freedom fries are bound to fly. And Russia, with a serious recruitment shoutout from @Gromglar and @Hansa Bawasanvek, is flexing its muscles like a vodka-fueled weightlifter ready to take gold. Get ready folks, this is one wild geopolitics party. The battlefield is ablaze as Russia storms in, led by the relentless At Grumglar, ready to clash with a colossal wave of Vietnamese forces thanks to At Trejepzai dominating the field with an impressive battalion of flag emojis. Meanwhile, the USA's troops rally behind At Giga Chad BJ6TT, who is calling for a full-on invasion while At MC Rose 1000K rolls out Uzbekistan, trying to secure an alliance. Hold on to your helmets folks. Indonesia, represented by At Adrian Bima V8s, is firing back with some serious firepower, while At Majis Pengin Kun from China is looking to make a bold move across the battlefield. And don't forget Iran, led by At Agriniki, sneaking around to surprise the competition. Get ready, this conflict is heating up. The battlefield is raging as Russia storms in, ready to flex its muscles against the relentless waves of Taiwan's troops. Meanwhile, Vietnam is rallying its forces to support the Philippines, because who wouldn't want a beach party during a war? Pakistan is sneaking in, likely plotting an epic unification with their neighbors, while China is coming in hot, probably forgetting everyone just wants to chill without the chaos. And let's not forget the Polish brigade. With so many comments from Poland, it seems they've brought enough pierogi to fuel the entire front line. Will they use them as peace offerings or as secret weapons? Stay tuned for the next thrilling update. The battle is heating up as At Mojer said, Pengin Kun rolls out an endless wave of Chinese warriors ready to dominate the field. But wait, At Bape Yen U3E stands tall with the fierce Taiwanese brigade rallying troops faster than a bubble tea shop can fill an order. Meanwhile, At Agriinikik and At Szymon Szymowski are bringing in reinforcements from Iran and Poland, which is a combo that screams delicious kebabs with a side of pierogi. And let's not forget about Turkey's relentless army led by At Ahmad Abiyasa, who's probably trying to turn this into a Turkish delight. Who will triumph in this chaotic clash of nations? Stay tuned. We're on the brink of chaos as the United Kingdom, represented by At Adam is my name 1, struts onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Taiwan is rallying its forces with an overwhelming number of reinforcements from At Ope Yen U3E, while China, led by At Mojase Pengin Kun, is throwing its weight around like it owns the place. Fun fact, did you know that the British invented the sandwich? Hope they packed a few for this fight. The United States, charging in with At Theta Glover Vlog leading the charge, is not going to let anyone steal its thunder, especially with Russia, represented by @Hansazabayo Sandbeck, looking to stir up some drama. With Indonesia making a splash and Vietnam flooding the ranks, the stage is set for a hilariously chaotic showdown. Who will win? We're about to find out. The battlefield is heating up as Taiwan's forces, led by @Tenka TX, are rallying strong with an overwhelming display of flags, while @Modrisa Penginkan is back with China's relentless wave of support. Meanwhile, @The Chillfrogs is sending in reinforcements from the USA. And @Sherifanalahaya 9598 is throwing Malaysia into the mix, presumably with some delicious nasi lemak on the side for morale. Fun fact: did you know that Malaysia's flag has 14 stripes to represent the 13 states and the federal territory? That's some serious territory representation. And look out, @Kaung Gayintil is pushing Vietnam into the fray again, eager to reclaim its spot, while @Agriniki sends in heavy artillery from Iran. The stakes are rising, alliances are forming, and memes are ready to be born. Who will prevail in this chaotic clash of nations? Sample. The battlefield is erupting as Malaysia, led by the relentless Sherifanalahaya 9598, charges into the fray. Meanwhile, the UK forces, commanded by the ever-persistent Adam is my name 1, are launching a barrage of support. Great Britain is here to take the crown. But wait, Vietnam, under the fierce Jasper W3X, is rallying its troops in massive numbers, ready to defend its territory with unmatched fervor. Who will emerge victorious? Remember, the UK might have tea, but Vietnam has the secret of making coffee strong enough to power a tank. The battlefield is erupting with the fierce clash of nations as China launches an overwhelming wave of support from @Modrisa Penginkan, while the Philippines, represented by @Ninamo Contrangballs 2026, stands ready to defend its honor. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese forces, led by an army of comments from @Jasper LEW3X, are rallying for dominance, outshining with their sheer numbers. And don't forget about the British troops, who think tea and crumpets can win wars. @Adam is my name 1 might want to reconsider that strategy, as Malaysia joins the fray with @Sharifanalahaya 9598 boasting an impressive battalion. Let's not overlook the Koreans, who believe they invented the ultimate battle dance. @Malarong, your moves might just be the secret weapon here. The battlefield is heating up as China storms the front with a barrage of troops, flooding the chat with overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, Vietnam is rallying its forces, with Jasper LEW-3X leading the charge, determined to outmaneuver the opposition. And don't forget the United States, ready to jump in with a hefty supply of freedom and burgers, courtesy of @MikeHoncho2836. Just remember, a burger in each hand is a must for victory. Iran's making its presence known too, showing off its finesse like it's preparing a stunning Persian feast, while the rivalries intensify. The battlefield is heating up with Taiwan's vibrant banners surrounding the arena as @PayYenU3 leads the charge. Vietnam, rallying under the fierce leadership of @Koa Krop XXXXX, is sending wave after wave to challenge the might of Russia, represented by the relentless @Andrei Vlasov K4E, who seems to bring a whole army of comrades to the fray. Meanwhile, the United States, under the enthusiastic @MikeHoncho2836, is flexing its muscles, and who can forget the fierce Polish pride from @Szymon Szymowski, ready to throw some pierogi at their foes. Quick @Mobilization, keep those Chinese forces coordinated. It's a full-on international brawl. A major clash is erupting as Indonesia, represented fiercely by Adisti Indarwalan, charges into the battlefield. But wait, China, under the relentless barrage from Mobilization, is flooding the zone like it's a game of Tetris, stacking those numbers high. Meanwhile, the USA, backed by the powerful Mike Honcho, is throwing its weight around with a barrage of flags, trying to outshine the competition just like they do at the World Series. And what's this? Russia, led by the relentless Zloboronetsky, is making a grand entrance, reinforcing its territory like a bear protecting its cubs. Can anyone stop this polar bear from taking over? Meanwhile, Poland is trying to sneak in under the radar, giving off those "I'm just here for the pierogi" vibes. The air is thick with tension and a hint of borscht. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as Russia storms the scene, led by @Zlob Voronezhsky and @Andrei Vlasov K4E, shouting Russia louder than a babushka at a family reunion. The UK and USA join forces, rallying behind @AdamIsMyName1 and @MikeHoncho2836, desperately trying to establish a Western front against this icy onslaught. Meanwhile, Vietnam is diving in with their strategic rice paddies, thanks to @Hoangdung YouTube13 and @Boythoan Yuan, forming an alliance that could spice things up, or should I say, foe things up. What a wild mix of alliances and rivalries, folks. The battlefield is erupting with the fierce presence of the US, as @MikeHoncho2836 rallies his troops with a barrage of flags. Meanwhile, @Zlob Voronezhsky is sending in reinforcements from Russia, ready to clash with the relentless might of @Mobilization and his monumental Chinese force. And let's not forget about the spirited Vietnamese troops from Boithoingoyen, who are gearing up for a surprise attack, hoping to pull off a stealthy ambush. It's like a world cuisine showdown out here. Who knew war could smell like spicy pho, sweet and sour pork, and a side of vodka? Buckle up, folks. This battle is heating up. The battlefield is alive with fire as Indonesia, the titan of Southeast Asia, unleashes a barrage of enthusiasm. Adadistin Derwulan X7K is not holding back. Meanwhile, the mighty United States, led by Mike Honcho 2836, is rallying troops for a clash of titans. Over in the Eastern Front, China, manipulated by Mojisa Penginkun, is deploying its strategic memes to intimidate. And wait, what's this? Russia, charging in with a palpable presence from Agriniki and Andrei Vlasov K4E, is ready to ice the competition with some vodka-fueled tactics. Let's not forget Vietnam, represented by Phuong Tran BD9op, standing tall amidst the chaos like a rice paddy in the storm. Grab your popcorn, folks, this is going to be one wild ride. The battlefield is heating up as China, represented by Mojisa Penginkun, unleashes an unending wave of forces, ready to dominate. Mongolia, with Strip Naskarapal leading the charge, is attempting to flank with a cavalry of emojis, while the United States, led by Mike Honcho 2836, stands firm with an overwhelming show of strength. Vietnam, thanks to Phuong Tran BD9op and a veritable army of supporters, is gearing up for a counter-offensive that's got the whole arena buzzing. Did you know that Vietnam is famous for its pho, and they might just noodle their way to victory? Meanwhile, Russia and South Korea lurk in the shadows, plotting their next moves. Chaos erupts as Kyrgyzstan rallies with an overwhelming force led by Guys Good Luck E9K, chanting their name like a battle cry. Meanwhile, China, under the banner of Mojisa Penginkun, is really flexing those numbers. It's like they brought an entire army, or just a lot of very excited fans. The Philippines, with Kilimantaros Wedan 37 at the helm, is ready to unleash their famous hospitality, while Vietnam's forces, spearheaded by Phuong Tran BD9op, are prepared to serve a hot plate of victory. And what's this? Russia, under Adagrieni Cake, seems to have formed an artillery brigade, but their tanks might be stuck in traffic. Classic case of blame it on the weather. Who will triumph in this international free-for-all? Stay tuned. battlefield is erupting with chaos. Reports are flooding in from the Philippines, led by the unstoppable Kilimantaros 137, who is rallying troops with their relentless flag display and a hint of adobo spice. Meanwhile, Vietnam, represented fiercely by Phuong Tran BD9A, is planting their flag right next to the Philippines, showing that Southeast Asia means business. But wait, Mike Honcho 2836's relentless USA forces are not going down without a fight, with more stars and stripes than a 4th of July parade. Over in the east, the Chinese army, championed by Mutis Penginkun, is marching in full force, ready to channel their Intihapanda for some serious action. And don't forget the Russians from Agrienike, whose numbers are as high as their vodka consumption, completely dominating the battlefield with their chilling presence. This is a global showdown like no other. Who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned. In a dramatic escalation, Indonesia is storming the battlefield with a jaw-dropping wave of support, led by Ahmad C6V5E. Meanwhile, Russia, under the relentless command of Bromglar and Andrei Vlasov K4E, is deploying forces at an alarming rate, waging a war of attrition against all comers. The Philippines, spearheaded by Kilimantaros 137, is rallying troops with the fervor of a karaoke night, preparing to take on all challengers. And let's not forget Vietnam, riding high on the morale of Pizza Q5s and Cat Banana RBL, ready to assert dominance like it's Tet festival season. Can the relentless might of Russia hold against the rising tide of Indonesia and the Philippines? It's a global clash of cultures and flavors, with the stakes never higher. Chaos erupts as Indonesia mobilizes with a relentless wave of troops, led by Adistin Darwulan X7K, ready to defend their territory. But hold on, Russia, bolstered by a parade of reinforcements from Gromglar and Andrei Vlasov K4E, is launching a fierce counteroffensive, determined to dominate the battlefield. Meanwhile, Vietnam's Cat Banana RBL is rallying their forces, proclaiming, "We will not back down." Will the Vietnamese banh mi sandwiches fuel their triumph against the cold Russian winter? And don't sleep on Turkey's Mamos 2026 FG, who is cooking up a storm with a strategy as spicy as their kebabs. Buckle up, folks, this battle is just getting started. The battlefield is heating up with an overwhelming force from China, led by Muksa Penginkun, showing no signs of holding back. But wait, Andrei Vlasov K4E is rallying the Russian troops, and they're coming in like it's a never-ending vodka party. Meanwhile, Cat Banana RBL is waving the Vietnamese flag high, ready to bring some serious faux power to the fray. It's like a global buffet of chaos with Turkey's Mamos 26 FG serving up a feast of flags. But can they compete with USA's ADMX Nigel Gamers, who's throwing everything they have into this fight? The battlefield is heating up, folks, with a massive surge of Chinese reinforcements led by Mojise Penguin Kun. The Great Wall is ready to make its stands against the relentless Viet's onslaught from @Phuongtran BD9 Op and @Catbanana RBL. Meanwhile, the Russian forces commanded by @Leonard Molt 726 are going for a territorial takeover, making their presence known with an impressive parade of troops. Don't forget the fierce South Korean strategy from @Mavoro A0606, hoping to outmaneuver everyone with their tech-savvy tactics. Just be careful not to let them pull a K-drama plot twist. Chaos reigns as the battleground erupts with the thunderous forces of Russia. @Leonard Molt 7226 is rallying an army of red and white, while @Agreeny Cake and @Gromglar scream for more reinforcements. But wait, over in the Eastern Front, @Mojise Penguin launches a wave T of Chinese forces that might just rival the Great Wall. Can someone tell @Phuongtran BD9 up to chill with the Vietnamese troops? They're everywhere, like rice at a potluck. The battlefield is heating up with an all-out Russian invasion led by @Leonard Molt 7226, who's rallying forces like there's no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Waller marches in with Indonesia, and they're ready to spice things up. Better watch out for that same one. Over in the east, @Mojise Penguin Kun has unleashed a legion of China, forming a fearsome trio with @GGFFI2K8's relentless Russian onslaught. And wait, what's this? @Jose Garcia UD4MP just dropped a surprise entry from the USA. Will they bring the freedom fries or something more explosive? It's a wild ride, folks, and the alliances are shifting faster than a game of musical chairs. The battlefield is heating up as Turkey rushes in with its forces, flexing its national pride like a baklava buffet at a wedding. Meanwhile, Russia is stacking up its troops with an impressive parade of flags, but can they handle the heat from the Philippines? Which is not just waving its flags but bringing the whole fiesta. And oh boy, look out for China. They are storming the scene like they own the place. A subtle reminder that fortune cookies are only the beginning of their strategy. Watch out. Indonesia is ready to invade with their steadfast forces, while Japan is bringing a tech-savvy approach, probably with robots in tow. Who's gonna make it out alive? This is turning into the most chaotic international potluck ever. Chaos erupts as Vietnam, led by @Catbanana RBL and @Phuongtran BD9 Op, storms the battlefield with an astonishing wave of flags. But hold on tight, because the Philippines, spearheaded by @Gabrielantino F993, are not backing down. This is shaping up to be a Southeast Asian showdown unlike any other. Meanwhile, represented by @Gromglar, is rolling in like a blizzard, looking to freeze out the competition. But isn't that just what they do best? Throwing snowballs and accusations? In the corner, Australia's @Minimo Caught Crowballs 2026 is ready to throw some boomerangs and prove they're not just about beach barbecues. A massive showdown erupts as the United States steps onto the battlefield, ready to flex its muscles. But wait, the Russian forces are rallying with overwhelming numbers. It's a red wave as they charge in from all sides. Meanwhile, Vietnam is launching a surprise attack with a relentless stream of reinforcements. Looks like they've brought their entire nation, ready to spice things up with some faux-flavored strategy. And what's that? Ukraine is standing tall, battling fiercely while Japan preps for a tactical anime comeback. Let's hope they don't forget the sushi this time. Buckle up, this battle is about to get spicy. What a chaotic battlefield we've got here, folks. Russia, led by Gromglar and Agriniki, is rolling in with relentless force, while Vietnam is throwing down the gauntlet with a massive display from Cat Banana RBL and Thao Nguyen, ready to defend their honor. And hold on tight, because China is not holding back either, pushing hard with a wave of support from Mujisa Penginkun. It's like a geopolitical smoothie. One part borscht, another part, and a sprinkle of kung pao. Meanwhile, Ukraine joins the fray courtesy of Dimas and Marina, declaring solidarity in this epic clash. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam storms in with a staggering wave of unity, thanks to @Phi1234 Lang Yin and @Thao Nguyen K5H unleashing a colossal lineup of troops. Meanwhile, Russia, led by the formidable @Andrei Vlasov K4E and an army of support, stands ready with a mighty presence, chanting their war cries. And don't overlook the sneaky tactics from @Mujisa Penginkun's China, poised for a strategic strike with their relentless emoji reinforcements. Countries, take note. It's a serious showdown where even the culinary prowess of Vietnam's foe is at stake against Russia's vodka. Get those flags flying and strategies locked, viewers. Who will dominate this chaotic clash? The battlefield is alive with the clash of nations as Russia, represented by Agriani Cake, sends waves of troops charging forward. Meanwhile, Turkey, rallying behind Sikola-Talasut H7R, is launching unexpected aerial strikes while Japan's forces, led by Venom Z6P and Shunshin I3R, are dishing out some serious sushi-themed stealth tactics. Vietnam, with a sudden surge from @Phuong Tran BD9 Oak and @Cat Banana RBL, is asserting dominance with a seemingly endless phalanx of warriors. Get ready for a spicy showdown. Fun fact: did you know that Russians drink more vodka than water? Better bring some supplies to the front lines. Vietnam is launching an epic flag wave, led by @Cat Banana RBL, who's clearly ready to dominate the battlefield with a staggering number of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Indonesia isn't backing down with @Fadlan Ali Y7T sending in their own forces to stir up some serious chaos. And let's not forget Ukraine making a strong statement from @Marina F1Y1SG, possibly prepping for a diplomatic cocktail party while everyone else prepares for war. Suddenly, China's banners from @Mu Penguin Kun rise up, ready to join the fray, because who needs to sleep when you can conquer? The pressure is mounting, and the air is thick with rivalry. This is a classic showdown of epic proportions. Can you hear that? It's the sound of flags clashing and memes coming to life. Battles are breaking out across the digital landscape, as Japan launches a full-scale offensive with a staggering number of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Thailand is not sitting idle, rallying troops with a ground invasion strategy of its own. Indonesia joins the fray, pushing back against the tidal wave of Japanese forces, all while Vietnam pumps up morale with a relentless wave of troops. And let's not forget Russia, eagerly eyeing the chaos, ready to make its move as usual. Seriously, do they ever take a break? As memes fly, Brazil is showing its colors, bringing in some samba vibes to the battlefield, hoping to steal a dance amid the chaos. Who will emerge victorious in this glorious clash of nations? The battle lines are drawn. Vietnam is launching a monumental offense with a staggering number of troops, joining the fray from @Nguyen 9063 and @Hoang Tuan E1N. Meanwhile, Russia isn't backing down, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming forces under @Gromglar and @Ant Bafarfang. And just when you think things couldn't heat up, the Philippines is stepping in with @Genevieve Muchamul 6807 rallying troops and declaring, "It's time to show off our beach volleyball skills." But wait, Japan is poised to enter the conflict too, bringing their epic anime powers and sushi strength to the fight, thanks to @Sakasaka X Bay Wong Chitingo. Will they form an alliance with any nation or go solo? Stay tuned because it's about to get spicy. The battlefield is heating up as Palestine stages a powerful surge, led by Al-Majho Wanda, sending wave after wave of flags into the conflict. Meanwhile, Thailand, represented by the relentless Trin Tanvora Supercorn, is not backing down either, bringing some serious street food tactics to the front lines. Remember, they say chaos at a market makes for the best distractions. And just when you think it can't get any wild, Japan is rallying hard with Sakasaka x Bei Wang Seng no Go leading the charge, making sure everyone knows their sushi game is just as strong as their military strategies. But don't forget the iron wall of Russia, as Gromglar shouts out for reinforcements, showing us that they might be more than just vodka and borscht while dishing out a serious dose of determination. Stay tuned, folks. The alliances are shifting, and we're just 2 emojis away from total chaos. Rumble in the digital arena as the flags wave fiercely. The Japanese forces led by Sakasaka x Bei Wang Chenglagwa are charging in with a seemingly endless army. But wait, the Russian front, commanded by Gromglar, is retaliating with overwhelming numbers. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, the Chinese troops, marshaled by Atmutsa Penginkun, are swarming in to create a 3-way clash. Meanwhile, Trin Tanvora Supercorn's Thai squad is holding down the fort. But will they get caught in the crossfire? Did you know Japan has more vending machines than people? Well, they might need them for all this chaos. The battlefield is heating up. Thailand, under the fierce command of Trin Tanvora Supercorn, is rallying with a relentless wave of support. But can they withstand the storm brewing from the Russian front led by Gromglar, who is sending endless reinforcements? Meanwhile, Ukraine stands resilient as Marina F11 Sensei echoes the call for independence, while Japan's sturdy alliance from Sakasaka x Bei Wang Seng no Go prepares for a strategic strike. Let's not forget Brazil's vibrant forces led by Abacaxi na Figueira V7J, who always bring the Carnival to the conflict. And just for laughs, remember, when you think of Russia, just imagine them trying to build a snowman with their own vodka. Let's see how these nations clash. In a shocking twist, Japan has unleashed a relentless wave of players led by Sakasaka x Bei Wang Cheng no Go, flooding the battlefield with an army of cherry blossom warriors. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates under Supriya Kunpati is bringing the heat, but can they keep up with the sushi onslaught? Russia, spearheaded by Gromglar, is standing firm, ready to counterattack with an icy resolve, while Ukraine's fierce defenders, led by Marina F11 ST, are rallying for their homeland. It's like a World Cup of chaos, where the only trophy is bragging rights. Who will take the lead? The battlefield is heating up as Micronesia charges in with a staggering wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ukraine is entering the fray with a steadfast resolve to defend its territories. Thailand is launching a relentless campaign, sending wave after wave of fighters, while Indonesia declares its presence with roaring enthusiasm, ready to engage. Hey, did you know Thailand's cuisine is so spicy, it can make a dragon breathe fire? Let's see if they can bring that heat to this conflict. Hold on tight, folks, because Japan just sent an impenetrable squad of sushi samurais and they are not here for a friendly dinner. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash? The tension is palpable. The battlefield is absolutely buzzing, as Vietnam floods the arena with waves of reinforcements from An Yin Thao S6 S4V and Dui Do W7W. Talk about a red flag takeover. Meanwhile, ITZRNYT and their Indian troops are not backing down as they muster a solid line of support. It's a Korean foe face-off. Thailand's Trin Tanvarasupakorn isn't letting this slide either, rallying troops like a pro, making it clear they're here to cause some serious chaos. And don't forget about the unstoppable wave from Palestine, led by Grim Morgenthau, making their presence felt with determination. Grab some popcorn, folks, because this showdown is heating up faster than a street vendor's grill. Chaos erupts as the UAE forces led by Sapaya Kunpati flood the battlefield with an overwhelming 8-star assault. But hold on, here come the Iranian troops from Agriniki, rallying with fierce determination and an impressive show of strength. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese legions commanded by Phuong Tran BD-9 Op march in with a colorful army, ready to snack on some foe before the next clash. Is that the sound of Thai troops from Trin Tanvarasupakorn sneaking up for a surprise attack? I hope they brought their pad thai because it's about to get spicy out here. The battlefield is heating up as Thailand unleashes a barrage of support. Trin Tanvarasupakorn is rallying the troops for a fierce charge. Meanwhile, the UAE, represented by Sapaya Kunpati, is stepping in, and you know what that means. Sandstorms are coming, but wait. Russia, led by Gromglar, is launching a massive strike with forces that seem never-ending. Are they planning to outlast everyone with their infamous vodka-fueled stamina? Vietnam is not backing down either, with Phuong Tran BD-9 Op cheering for an overwhelming wave of unity. Talk about a rice field revival. And don't forget the diplomatic shenanigans from the countries like Iran and China, who seem to have joined the fray. It's a global free-for-all. Grab your popcorn, because this war of flags is about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up as Iran, represented fiercely by Agriniki, rolls out wave after wave of troops, ready to clash with the UAE forces led by Sapaya Kunpati, who are equipped with the latest in desert warfare technology. Meanwhile, At al-Mashhol 2200's Palestinian forces are raining down a barrage of support, declaring their unwavering commitment to the cause. Talk about bringing the heat. And don't forget at Gromglar and at Ivan Lazutin Z24K rallying the Russian bear, ready to unleash an unending supply of vodka and strategic shenanigans on the front lines. Vietnam, represented valiantly by at Phuong Tran BD9 Op and at Bingdo Z7, is swarming with troops, ready to surprise their enemies with what they do best: strategic surprise attacks and delicious foe breaks. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic melee of nations? Stay fastened to your helmets, folks. It's about to get wild. Chaos erupts as the EU lays its forces alongside Thailand, while the ever-dominant Russia is ramping up its artillery in an impressive display of power. Trin Tanvarasupakorn is waving the Thai flag with all his might, possibly hoping to spice things up with some delicious pad Thai while the Russian onslaught grows ever more intense. Meanwhile, Vietnam throws its hat into the ring with an overwhelming show of support, proving that they can rally an army just as effectively as they can cook up a storm of foe. And let's not forget Iran entering the fray, making sure everyone knows that while their flags may be green, they mean business. Remember, folks, no matter how many flags are thrown into the mix, we all know Thailand has the world's best smile, but can it stand the heat of a Russian bear dancing to a Turkish delight? Battles are brewing as Russia, led by the fierce Ivan, rallies a staggering number of troops while Vietnam storms the front line, thanks to the relentless support from Binh and Phuong. Meanwhile, the UAE is not to be overlooked, bringing its fleet of allies into the chaos with a shout-out from at Supayakun Pati. And let's not forget the dragon, China, stepping in with Mon's maneuvering, as Iran's Agrieni keeps the pressure on. Oh, and check this out, rumor has it, the UAE just realized they forgot their sunscreen while invading. As the Vietnamese troops keep multiplying, looking to outnumber everyone, who will rise victorious in this madness? Chaos erupts as Vietnam leads a fierce charge with an army of commoners, turning their enthusiasm into a tsunami of support. The UAE is ready to counterattack with unyielding determination, while Thailand stands firm, rallying support like its Songkran with a water fight. Meanwhile, Hungary continues its relentless pursuit of a victory dance, presumably fueled by paprika and goulash. It's an all-out brawl, folks. Who will reign supreme in this epic showdown? Chaos erupts as Japan, Kazakhstan, and an overwhelming force of Vietnam storm the battlefield. The sheer number of Vietnamese troops is staggering, with Phuong Tran BD9 Op rallying an incredible wave of support like a never-ending conga line of soldiers. Meanwhile, here comes Hungary, led by Balak.Rixi.1484, ready to bring the paprika and a sprinkle of mischief to the fray. Can the UK's relentless push, backed by Finlay Pandaman, withstand the combined might of these nations, or will they be served up like a fish and chips dinner? The battleground is heating up with Russia's forces surging forward like an unstoppable storm, led by the relentless @Agriinikik and @Ivan Lazutin Z2H4K, who keep calling for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Hungary's @Botividak and @Balukstadrixiboit1484 are digging in, ready to fight for their pastries and paprika. Vietnam, bolstered by the unyielding @Phuongtran BD9OP and @Bindo Z7M, is putting up an incredibly fierce defense, while Thailand's @Trin Tanvora Supakorn is flooding the field with troops in what seems like an endless wave. Let's see if anyone can survive the chaos. The battlefield is alive with chaos as Thailand forces, led by the relentless @Trin Tanvora Supakorn, rally a massive wave of support. But wait, India, Brazil and Russia are charging in, with @Nithin D2D, @Arthurdo Mazelli 8739, and @Artane Mirolkin 4H ready to clash. Meanwhile, Vietnam, with a tidal wave of troops from @Phuongtran BD9OP, is threatening to take over the battlefield with endless reinforcements. How many times can they say Vietnam before the world surrenders? Hungary, represented fiercely by @Baluk.Rixi. 1484 isn't backing down either, as they rally alongside the UAE from @Supaya Kunpati. It's like a spicy paprikash against an Arabian feast. Can these culinary titans withstand the storm? And let's not forget the relentless onslaught from Japan and the almost comical amount of flags being waved. Seriously, how many can they fit in one chat? The tension is intoxicating.
Don't push back. Oh. Don't push back. Oh. Don't push back. Oh. Don't push back.
The battlefield is heating up. Vietnam is launching an overwhelming wave of support, rallying troops with a massive display of flags, while Russia is flexing its military might with reinforcements pouring in. Will Japan's strategic prowess and endless perseverance turn the tide against the might of the motherland? And let's not forget the UAE swooping in like a bazillion oil dollars, proving that in this battle, cash is indeed king. In this conflict, we've got Phuongtran turning the war zone into a sea of Vietnamese pride, while below Rixi's Hungary is showing tenacity that could rival any spice in a goulash. Who knew battle strategy could be so flavorful? And what's this? Arthur is shouting for Brazil to join the fray. Fire up the sandal, folks, it's about to get lively. Keep those comments rolling, warriors. Chaos reigns as Hungary, Vietnam and Russia prepare for battle. @Balog.Rix.1484 is rallying the Hungarian forces with an impressive display of flags, while @Vupamquang538 leads Vietnam's massive ground troops. Are they looking to claim the title of most motivated soldiers with spring rolls? Meanwhile, the Russian army, spearheaded by @Arthurdo Mazelli 8739, is advancing with tank-like memes and borscht. Will Japan, led by the relentless @Japan.Brawls, hold its ground against this onslaught, or will it be overwhelmed by sheer numbers? Tune in as alliances shift and betrayals unfold.
Don't push back.
The battlefield is absolutely electric. Japan, led by @Japan Contre Pauls, is launching a tsunami of flags trying to sweep away all opposition. Are they attempting a world record for the most flags in one war? Meanwhile, @Balog Rixi.1484's Hungary has entered the fray, hoping to spice things up with a goulash of tactical brilliance. But can they withstand the sheer force of Japan's relentless onslaught? And stand by, because @Trintampura Supercorns Thailand is not backing down either, bringing a spicy kick to this international clash. Let's not forget about the stealthy @AHBs representing Vietnam, moving through the chaos with the grace of a dragon dance. And oh boy, Russia's @Bayersaya is here too, ready to remind everyone that vodka-fueled resilience can't be underestimated. Buckle up. This battle is just heating up. Lithuania is charging onto the battlefield with a fierce wave of support from @Mysticactux, ready to clash with Japan, who's got an army of fans led by @Japan Gakkoing Balls flooding the ranks. Meanwhile, the United States brings its overwhelming presence with @homemade baseball cards rallying the troops, while Russia attempts to execute a strategic advance with a sinister grin from @Bayersaya S5B. Fun fact: did you know that Japan has a legendary love for its sushi, while Lithuania boasts some of the world's finest basketball players? This battle is about to get wild. The battlefield is a frenzy as Vietnam rolls out a tidal wave of reinforcements, dominating the front lines. But hold on, the UAE is not to be underestimated, bringing sandstorm tactics to sweep their enemies away with style. Meanwhile, the Philippines and Hungary are joining forces, perhaps cooking up a feast or a new strategic alliance over goulash and adobo. And look out, Japan's army is marching in full force. Are they powered by sushi or just pure determination? This is getting spicy, folks. Vietnam's forces are charging forward like a stampede of water buffalo, led by the relentless @Thang TV N5J. But hold up, Poland and Hungary are forming a surprising alliance, ready to flank the advancing troops, while Syria is sending another wave of troops into the fray. @Karam Algeri's squad is relentless. Meanwhile, @MurderDrone's Q5Z is calling in Turkey to join the chaos. And here comes the US with @Pu12-124, rallying the troops for a classic duel of epic proportions. Fun fact: did you know the US is known for their love of fast food? But watch out for those Turkish doner kebabs, they might just steal the show. The battlefield is heating up as Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia march forward, brandishing their flags like a colorful army ready to take on the world. Meanwhile, the United States is flexing its dominance with a swarm of stars and stripes, while the UAE keeps sending reinforcements, trying to outshine everyone with those flashy oil riches. And Vietnam? Well, our dedicated viewer @Kdu TV is declaring its glory over and over, like a warrior chanting a battle hymn. Did you know that India isn't just about spicy food? They've got an army of flavors ready to take on any culinary challenge. Syria rallies fiercely with an overwhelming wave of support, while Hungary stands tall, ready to charge into battle. But wait, the mighty Philippines has entered the fray, led by taco-loving troops who are ready to spice things up. Vietnam is rallying its forces too, repeating its name like a war cry. But can they stand strong against Turkey's relentless onslaught, sending a barrage of flag emojis as a declaration of dominance? Watch out for Kyrgyzstan sneaking in with a deceptive but mighty presence. It looks like we're in for one wild ride. The battlefield is heating up with Kyrgyzstan charging in full force as Bekniaz 6 rallies the troops. Meanwhile, Brazil, the soccer powerhouse, is storming the front lines with an overwhelming wave of yellow and green led by Lorenzo Nery da Silva. But hold up, Poland is plotting a strategy with @balog.rixi.1484, sending out a relentless assault that's as unstoppable as a pierogi craving. And what's this? Syria, led by Kerem Aljara, is launching repeat attacks, keeping the pressure on with relentless determination, while Vietnam, represented by @RobloxCoolB4J and @Koival, is strategizing for a counterattack, reminding everyone that you just don't mess with foe masters. Let's see how these nations clash next. Chaos erupts as Vietnam steps onto the battlefield again, ready to give a masterclass in strategy. The Syrian forces, rallied by Kerem Aljari, are sending wave after wave of relentless troops, while Turkey, led by murder drones Q5Z, is prepared to unleash their culinary delights and ancient tactics simultaneously. Poland, represented by Balog Rixiwa 484, is standing firm, hoping their pierogi power will sway the tides of war, while the Philippines, championed by the relentless the one who ate the tacos, is rallying the troops for a grand resurgence. Fun fact, did you know that in Vietnam, they have a specific term for people who go against the grain? Let's see if that applies to our next round of epic showdowns. The battle lines are drawn and it's a full-on chaotic showdown. Brazil's Henrique Cavalcante is feeling the heat as Germany's @Balog.Rixi rallies with the might of their industrial might. Meanwhile, Russia, led by @Hoshimi Masmiyabi HSOS6, is eyeing potential alliances with the Philippines the one who ate the tacos, who's bringing an overwhelming wave of support. Like they've got a never-ending supply of lumpia and adobo, and don't count out Vietnam. @KDUTV has their back and is ready to outmaneuver anyone with their strategic rice patties. Grab some popcorn because this isn't just a battle of flags, it's a culinary showdown waiting to explode. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as the Philippines, led by the one who ate the tacos, storms the front lines with a staggering wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Japan is not backing down, with @Kai3J8F rallying the troops for a tech-driven blitz that's sure to leave everyone in awe. If only the sushi deliveries could keep up. And look out, Vietnam, represented by @NiavanZ5V and a militant army of comments, is marching in, ready to unleash some serious foe-licious fury. But wait, here comes a surprise alliance from Kuwait, courtesy of Abdullah Al-Duway Jabus 8W, promising some spicy falafel diplomacy in this heated global skirmish. And what's this? Turkey, with @Murder Drones Q5Z's relentless charge, is ready to throw down some delicious kebab bombs. This is not just a battle, it's an international feast. Buckle up, everyone. The battlefield is heating up as Japan, represented fiercely by @Flush6162 and @Kai3J8F, is launching a technological assault on Indonesia, whose forces are led by @Ranggawijaya Z1B and @Railfans Gra. Meanwhile, the Philippines, rallying under @The One Who Ate the Tacos, is dominating the skies with a never-ending wave of tropical enthusiasm. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Russia, with the relentless @Balog.Rixi1484, is throwing down the gauntlet, armed with more flags than a sporting event. Don't forget, they say Russians can drink vodka like it's water. So let's see if that gives them the edge in this wild conflict. Chaos erupts as Vietnam's forces surge forward, led by the relentless @NiavanZ5V, ready to clash with the mighty Czech Republic, represented in full force by @Premchesting. Over in the east, @The One The Tacos rallies the Philippines, flooding the battlefield with a taco-inspired army, while @Celeverex YT's Russia looms ominously, ready to assert its dominance, possibly with a side of vodka. And don't overlook the sneaky intentions of @Henri Cavalcante D70 from Brazil, who's looking to samba his way into glory amidst the mayhem. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam charges forward with overwhelming numbers, led by the relentless @NiavanZ5V. Meanwhile, the Czech Republic is staging a tactical response, with @Premses sending wave after wave of flag-bearing reinforcements, determined to hold their ground. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more chaotic, @Henrique Cavalcante 70 calls in Brazil for support, a country known for its football prowess. But can it samba its way to victory here? Get ready for some serious flag-flapping action, folks. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam rolls in with an overwhelming wave of reinforcements, led by none other than @NiavanZ5V, who's clearly not taking any prisoners. But hold on, the UAE, commanded by @Supayakunpati, is not backing down either, deploying endless units like they're handing out free dates at a festival. And what's this? The Czech Republic under @Premchestrist is coming in hot with a tactical move that could rival their famous beer brewing skills. Meanwhile, Finland, represented by Adamir Hamza B60, is bringing so much snowy determination that it could put Santa's elves to shame. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of flags? Stay tuned. The battlefield just got a whole lot crazier. Greenland is storming in from the north, while the USA flexes its muscles with a massive show of force. Expect hot dogs and fireworks on the front lines. Meanwhile, the Czech Republic is building alliances, popping in with more soldiers than needed. It's practically a parade. Vietnam's rallying cry echoes through the chaos, and the Philippines is sending waves of reinforcements, ready to party like it's a fiesta. India's looking to join the fray, but can they handle the heat? Malaysia's sneaking in too. Bet they brought some spicy rendang for the troops. This war is turning into a global potluck. Colombia is throwing in the towel, but Vietnam is charging in like a dragon with an endless supply of reinforcements. Watch out for Costa Rica trying to sneak around the corner while Brazil floods the battlefield. Are they bringing coffee or just chaos? Meanwhile, the Czech Republic is like that one friend who shows up late to the party but is ready to dance. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Japan is unleashing a tsunami of players, while Turkey is flexing its muscles ready for an epic showdown. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam's forces launch a relentless wave of attacks with an astonishing number of troops from Ninh Van Zed 5V. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates, led by the formidable Sapia Kunpati, is reinforcing their defenses, preparing for a showdown. And don't forget the Ukrainian troops coming in hot from Gerlia Jembiva a 3I, who are probably discussing how borscht is the ultimate fuel for battle. Who will stand victorious in this chaotic clash of nations? The battlefield is heating up as Japan, led by the unstoppable Yudo 2260, assembles a staggering battalion of flags, ready to unleash sushi fury on anyone in their path. But wait, Vietnam, commanded by the resilient Ninh Van Zed 5V, is rallying an army of equal strength, determined to show that foe isn't the only dish that can pack a punch. And oh, Romania's Clornapro editor is not backing down, sending wave after wave of fierce enthusiasm, while Ukraine, backed by the relentless Gerlia Jembiva A3I, is raising their flag high, turning the tide with a fierce determination for freedom. Will the Czech Republic, represented by Primchestry, sneak in with their classic beer strategy? Stay tuned for the chaos as Ken's Aviation swoops in with Indonesia, bringing tropical thunder to this whirlwind of flags. The battlefield is shaking with the clash of nations as Indonesia rallies its forces with a massive shoutout from Ken's Aviation, while Malaysia prepares for an epic showdown. Chile is not backing down either, with Jaheli Ramirez Z2K leading the charge. But they better watch out for the relentless wave of Russian reinforcements flooding in from a Pakmo Paris camp. Vietnam, represented fiercely by Minh Bu F1F3D, and the unstoppable Van Zed 5V, is raising its flag high, ready to unleash the ultimate meme warfare. And hold on tight, because Japan is sending a tsunami of troops, led by Yudo 2260, while South Korea, backed by the unstoppable force of Yang YouTuber, is looking to sweep in with some K-pop precision. As the USA tries to make a late entrance, those hot dog-loving forces better stand ready. And what's this? A surprise dance-off challenge from the Czech Republic with Prem Sesterse showing up. This just got real? Vietnam is pouring into the battlefield like a relentless wave, led by the valiant Atman H. Bui and At Than H. Wui. But hold up, here comes the USA taking a stance with At IDKPL's 1000 sub at the forefront, convinced they're the real MVPs with their fast food and freedom fries. Meanwhile, Japan, represented fiercely by At Yudo 2226, is revving up its anime power, while Turkey, bolstered by At Hilal Z6Z7W, brings a steely resolve. And let's not forget Russia, marching in like it owns the place with At and Pakmo Opera leading the charge. Siberian winter vibes for days. What a chaotic scene. Russia is rolling in with an army of players, thanks to At and Pakmo Opera's relentless reinforcements. But what's this? India, led by At Ruby Nasharfrubi 6801, is rallying for a showdown, while Vietnam, under the banner of At Nhavan Z5V, is launching a massive wave of support. Vietnam's got enough players to form a soccer team. At Idaspace 03 and the South Korean squad are ready to throw kimchi grenades into the mix. And let's not forget At Witter MCT's Turkish battalion, ready to serve up some baklava and chaos. The battlefield is heating up, and trust me, it's about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up with a fierce clash between Russia and Ukraine as At Pakmo Opera rallies the troops for Russia while At Revive Tik sends wave after wave of Ukrainian forces. Meanwhile, Vietnam is throwing down a serious challenge, as At Thane, Win Q8, 2W and Ivan Z5V unleash a relentless flood of reinforcements. Fun fact, did you know that Vietnam is home to some of the best street food in the world? Hope the troops are snacking while they strategize. And what's this? At Idaspace 03 unleashes North Korea's secret weapon, while Turkey's At Muhammedashkin W8 brings in some serious firepower to the fray. With all this action, it feels like we're witnessing an international food festival turn full-blown war. Stay tuned for more chaos and unexpected alliances. The battlefield is heating up with Turkey charging into the fray alongside Vietnam, leading the charge with fierce determination. Vietnam's forces are rallying like they just found out foe is on sale, while China is flexing its numbers like it's the Olympics of world domination. Russian troops are on standby, just waving their vodka bottles while Ukraine sends in heartfelt prayers for peace. But this is Battle of the Flags, folks, and alliances are as fluid as the vodka. And let's not forget Thailand, preparing its spicy street food tactics to curry favor on the battlefield. With the Philippines joining the fray, it seems like a food fest. Who will serve up victory? Stay tuned as this chaotic clash unfolds. The battlefield is heating up. Spain is charging in with a fierce flamenco spirit, ready to tango with the throbbing forces of India, who are sending out an avalanche of support with their flag-waving might. But wait, Russia is sending wave after wave of reinforcements, declaring dominance like a bear in the snow, and they're not stopping. Meanwhile, Thailand's crew is making a spicy entrance with their endless flag rally, while Iran and China strategize on the sidelines. Will Vietnam's army of fans manage to claim the territory? The tension is palpable, folks. Get your popcorn ready because this war of nations is just getting started. Chaos erupts as Henry Wamelius mobilizes a massive force from China, flooding the battlefield with flags like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Trin Tanvora Supercorns Thailand is not backing down, launching a flurry of defenses to hold their ground. And what's this? Phi Duong VD3UI is throwing shade at the competition with a barrage of insults, while Phien Hiavan Z5V rallies the Vietnamese troops, chanting like they're at a rock concert. As Pak Para reinforces Russia with an army that seems to never end. Don't forget the hilarious irony that Atmanchquan 67V just reminded us. Vietnam is still in the game, proving that they're always ready to spice things up, just like their cuisine. The battlefield is shaking as Lebanon, represented fiercely by Ratalika, storms in with a battalion of flags ready to claim victory. But wait, South Africa has arrived in overwhelming numbers, led by Wildlife Anzu 39 Wen, ready to party like it's 1999. But can they dance past the competition? Meanwhile, China, powered by the relentless Henry Wamelius, is flexing their might with another wave of dominance. Watch out, and just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Russia, with Pakmo Apera leading the charge, is bringing the Cold War back hotter than ever. Is Vietnam's Ivan Z5 Vietnam poised for a surprise invasion, or is this a strategic alliance? And Indonesia is out in full force. Mohammedarkan 466 is leading the charge, making sure no one forgets about the spicy rendang. Buckle up, folks, because this battle is just heating up. The battlefield erupts with the roar of mighty Vietnam, led by Myflum 2744, ready to clash with the relentless forces of China, rallying behind Henry Wamelius. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan's forces, represented by GNGBS Q9P, are mobilizing, eyeing their moment to strike. And don't forget about the comedic chaos of Malaysia, Noor Saida Abdullah 42-3 entering the fray, where a banana has never been so crucial. As the Palestinian forces gather under Mohammed Mandashkin W8Q's leadership, it's a reminder that this game is like a family dinner. Everyone's welcome, but the arguments are fierce. Stay tuned, the stakes are rising and the alliances are shifting. The battlefield is heating up like a spicy plate of pho. Lebanon's forces, led by Ratalika, are rallying with an impressive number of troops, but they better watch out. Here comes Vietnam, charging in with the relentless determination of Chikam QW6 Du and their army. Meanwhile, Henry Wamelius has declared China's dominance with a strong wave of support, but can they handle the fierce alliance forming between Ukraine, led by Riva Tik, and the vast cavalry of Kazakhstan? shouting out from @GNGBSQ9P, and let's not forget Brazil, making noise like a carnival with the Great Soviet Union L6T sending in reinforcements. Who will claim the ultimate victory? Chaos erupts as the battle lines are drawn. Rivalries is rallying the Ukrainian forces, sending wave after wave of blue and yellow into the fray. While Muhammed Dashkin brings the Turkish thunder with a relentless army of red. Meanwhile, Rayhan Roni I2Q and Sani Islam P4W are flooding the battlefield with the vibrant banners of Bangladesh, ready to unleash some serious curry-powered fury. Did you know Turkish coffee is so strong it could double as a weapon? Get ready because this war is about to get spicy. The battlefield is heating up with the USA charging in, while Brazil's forces are flooding the zone. The Great Soviet Union, L6T, seems to have a never-ending supply of Brazilian troops ready to samba their way to victory. Meanwhile, Ukraine is rallying hard under Rivalries' banner, sending wave after wave to defend their territory. Fun fact, did you know that Ukrainians actually invented the famous dish borscht, which is essentially a soup that can also double as a battle weapon? Let's get this war underway, folks. And what's this? Henry Wemelius is raining down a barrage of Chinese forces, with Chikam-Q, W6Du leading the charge from Bisi. Muhammed Imandashkin W8Q is rallying the Turkish troop, so expect some delicious kebabs on the battlefield. With so many countries vying for the top, this clash is going to be one for the history books. The battlefield is heating up as Ukraine's forces, led by Rivalries, rally, with an impressive display of yellow and blue. But wait, Russia isn't taking this lightly, with Ivan Lazutin Z2 sending reinforcement after reinforcement, their red and blue banner waving defiantly in the chaos. Meanwhile, Henry Wemelius unleashes a surge from China, ready to dominate the east. And did someone order takeout? Because here comes Turkey from Muhammed Imandashkin W8Q, bringing the kebab power to the fray. The Brazilian cavalry, led by the Great Soviet Union L6T, is charging in with standoffs, while Sani Islam P4W is orchestrating an unstoppable wave of Bangladesh. Can we get a round of applause for the international flavor in this conflict? And who's trying to sneak in? Japan's IUB4W3N is on a mission, bringing sushi swords to slice through the tension. It's a global showdown, folks. Let's see who comes out on top. The battlefield is heating up with China's relentless charge, led by Henry Wemelius, throwing down an astonishing number of flags. But Brazil's Chicletinho Damari and João Miguel are countering with a samba of their own, rallying countless troops to join the fray. Ukraine? represented fiercely by Revite, isn't backing down either, bringing an emotional display with every flag raised high. Meanwhile, Indonesia has entered the chat with a vibrant shout from Sani Islam and Fire Escape, ready to stir the pot in this international chaos. Did you know that while Indonesia is famous for its beautiful islands, Brazil can whip up a mean barbecue? Talk about a culinary culture clash. Buckle up, folks, this is going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil, led by the relentless Stalemate, floods the arena with a staggering number of troops. Meanwhile, Liberia stands firm with Jessica Farner, ready to take on any challenge, while China's massive forces, commanded by Henry Wamelius, are pushing forward like a great wall of determination. But wait, Vietnam, under the swift command of Song Nguyen, is launching a counterattack, and it's a noodle-slurping showdown of epic proportions. And what's this? Turkey, represented by the unstoppable Muhammad Ayman Dushkin, is rallying troops while the UK, led by Jamie Foxx 2012, is preparing for a classic tea time ambush. Talk about a raucous Royal Rumble. Keep those country names rolling in, folks. The action is just getting started. The battlefield is heating up as China storms in with a relentless wave of troops, led by Henry Wamelius, while Japan pushes back with an impressive show of strength from IUB4W3N, rallying their forces like it's a cherry blossom festival gone rogue. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by Escalating host America, is throwing a carnival-sized party, but let's see if they can samba their way past this storm. And wait, Kazakhstan and Indonesia are quietly plotting with their subtle moves from @GNGB's Q9P and @WillyWilliana F2D, proving that they're not just about their rich cultures and culinary delights. Buckle up, folks, because this battle just got spicy. The battlefield is erupting as Indonesia, led by @Watergoo, deploys wave after wave of support, clashing fiercely with Japan's seemingly infinite forces commanded by @IUB4W3N. Meanwhile, Brazil, under pressure from @Chiclenhostameri, is determined to assert their dominance with a rapid-fire barrage of flags. Can Bangladesh's Sani Islam P4W match the fiery Brazilian enthusiasm, or will they get washed away in the chaos? And let's not forget about China, the heavyweight champion, represented by Henry Wamelius, flexing their might with an army that seems to stretch across the entire screen. They say there's nothing quite like a Chinese buffet, but can they handle this buffet of flags? Hop in, everyone, the stakes just got real. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam charges forward with an overwhelming wave of support from Song Nguyen and Thaietla, flooding the chat with the spirit of their mighty nation. But hold on, Brazil's Chiclenhostameri isn't backing down, rallying their troops like a carnival parade. Meanwhile, Japan, with the relentless push from IU, is set to unleash their samurai spirit upon the field. And let's not forget China's sheer numbers rushing in from Yao Tongshu. It's a pandemonium of power. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of flags? The battle lines are drawn as Japan, led by IUB4W3N, rallies with a staggering number of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Vietnam's forces, championed by Mail U8987 and Baclo NF8PU, are marching with fervor, ready to showcase their culinary prowess and legendary resilience. Over in the West, Brazil, orchestrated by Chicletes is bringing the samba to this battlefield, while the Brits, represented by Jammy Fox 2012, are ready to brew up a storm. Fun fact: Brazil consumes more coffee than any other country, so let's see if they can serve up a hot cup of victory. The battlefield is heating up as South Africa joins the fray, but watch out, China is not backing down, sending waves of players to rally for its cause. Brazil is absolutely dominating the chat with a staggering number of troops, proving they've got more flags than they do goals in football. And Bangladesh is not here to play nice either, launching a series of assaults to claim their territory. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of nations? Let's not forget, if there's one thing we know, it's that Viking strength from Norway may clash hilariously with Brazil's Samsa spirit. Intense battle alerts. Brazil is storming the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of support from Chicletenhos de Mary and Gardenia Rosa 8636, flooding in with more green and yellow than you can shake a samba at. But wait, Norway, led by Emma Tilly B3M2P, is standing tall with their icy resolve, ready to unleash the Viking fury. Meanwhile, China, represented fiercely by Yo Tongshire E8s, is plotting something sneaky in the shadows. Either a tech invasion or just ordering takeout, who knows? And don't count out Indonesia, taking notes and preparing for a strategic surprise attack from @QuitForva202. Let the chaos unfold. Vietnam and Indonesia are clashing like two titans in the arena of Battle of the Flags. Meanwhile, Brazil is waving its flag louder than a carnival parade as Chicletenos de Mary and the Great Soviet Union rally the troops. Watch out for a samba surprise attack. And what's this? China is joining the fray with a double dose of determination from Yaltunro, while Russia, led by S1 Pelbel.Fisi, is threatening an icy invasion. Better pack some winter gear, folks. Who's ready for a spicy showdown? Let's see how this chaotic battlefield unfolds. Chaos is erupting on the battlefield as Russia, led by S1 Empel.Fisi, storms in with overwhelming numbers, clashing fiercely against Brazil. The Samba warriors Chicletenhos de Mary and the Great Soviet Union L6T, who are putting up a dazzling dance of defense. Meanwhile, from the east, Japan, represented by Natchan Orengia 424, is launching stealthy raids, while Emma Tilly V3M2P's Norway is proving to be a chilly wildcard in this hot war. And don't sleep on Bangladesh with Sani Islam P4W and Blogs with Thane01 rallying with relentless spirit. Who will prevail? battleground is heating up as at S1 Empol.PCI rallies the Russian forces, sending wave after wave into the fray. Meanwhile, at Ematilli V3P's Norwegians are ready to unleash some fjord-fueled fury against at Milan Bakiev's Turkish troops, who are charging in with a deliciously spicy attack. But wait, the Japanese, led by at Nachen Orenji 0424, are setting up their own tactical sushi surprise, and at the Great Soviet Union L6T is bringing the Brazilian flair with dance moves that might just distract everyone. Buckle up, folks, this is one wild ride around the globe. The battlefield of Battle of the Flags is erupting with chaos as Indonesia, Russia and Japan clash in a frenzy of national pride. At Henrafa 3L leads the charge for Indonesia, while at S1M.VCI rallies the Russian forces, unleashing wave after wave of patriotic fervor. Meanwhile, Japan's at Nachen Orenji 0424 is not backing down, sending in reinforcements as sushi warriors prepare for an epic showdown. Hold on to your hats, because Brazil is launching an all-out offensive from the sidelines led by at the Great Soviet Union L6T, who seems to have summoned an army of enthusiastic banana lovers. And just when you think the dust settled, Switzerland.Season Stratification is quietly dropping chocolate bombs, because who wouldn't want to be neutral with a side of Swiss cheese? The stakes are high, folks. This is global warfare at its most deliciously ridiculous. Chaos erupts as Switzerland, represented by at-Season Stratification, floods the battlefield with a wave of neutrality that's downright overwhelming. Meanwhile, at Lester Mullijetin is rallying the forces of Brunei, trying to make a statement amidst a flurry of snap breaks. Who knew the Sultanate had such a strong presence? Russian troops led by at S1.Officiai are advancing aggressively, aiming to dominate the skies. But little do they know that the Japanese forces from at Nachen Orenji 0424 are preparing a sneaky sushi surprise attack. And what's this? At Tajim JR is pumping up Bangladesh's flag, waving for reinforcements, while at Watergui is sending Indonesian warriors charging into the fray, determined to prove that nasi goreng is indeed the ultimate battle fuel. Let's not forget the unstoppable Turkish army led by at Muhammad Ayman Dashkin W8Q, marching with all the kebabs they can carry. Stay tuned, this battlefield is heating up like a spicy kebab stand at 3 a.m. battlefield is heating up as Brazil storms in with an overwhelming number of troops. At the Great Soviet Union L6T is rallying for a Brazilian takeover, while at Jump XL12 is bringing Mexico to the forefront again, ready to challenge the samba rhythm with some spicy tacos. And what's this? Turkey, commanded by at Muhamdayman-Kin W8Q, is throwing down the gauntlet with an arsenal of Turkish delights, threatening all who cross their path. Meanwhile, Switzerland is getting ready to unleash their secret weapon: cheese. At Seasome Stratification knows the power of fondue as they build a defensive line that could rival any chocolate fortress. Hold on tight because this global skirmish is about to get wild. In the chaotic theater of battle the flags, Brazil's flag brigade is out in full force, led by at the Great Soviet Union L6T, throwing down like it's Carnival. Meanwhile Turkey, represented fiercely by at Balkan 8-4 and at Muhamdayman W8Q, is rallying for an all-out culinary coup. Watch out for the kebab catapults. And let's not forget Indonesia, with at Watergue and a seemingly endless wave of warriors ready to rain down some spicy rendang fury. What's that? Norway and their Viking ships are attempting a sneak attack thanks to at Emma Tilly B3MP's relentless fleet of trolls. Can anyone keep up with this flag frenzy? Explosions erupt as at Lester Mulligatton rallies an impressive battalion of Brunei. Could this tiny nation really be a dark horse in this battle? Meanwhile, at UC Nguyen WG9CI and their relentless Vietnamese army are flooding the battlefield like a monsoon, ready to wash away any opposition in their path. Over to Turkey, at Muhammad Ayman-Kin W8Q and at Juantex are forging an unstoppable alliance, determined to serve up some Turkish delight to anyone who dares to stand against them. And let's not forget the booming presence of at the Great Soviet Union L6T's Brazil, whose carnival spirit is ready to samba over the competition. Can anyone survive this chaotic clash of nations? Tensions are rising as Turkey's forces flood the battlefield with an avalanche of troops, leaving no room for doubt about their ambition. At Sally Hayden 5689 and at Juantex sound the alarms as Azerbaijan rallies behind them, while Vietnam's army, led by the relentless at Usingyun WG9CI, seems to have mobilized an endless supply of reinforcements. Brazil, represented by at the Great Soviet Union L6T, tries to keep the rhythm of samba alive amidst the chaos, but can their dance moves withstand the onslaught? Meanwhile Indonesia, with at BangZYT leading the charge, is about to serve up some spicy surprises. Did you know that Vietnam produces more coffee than any country except Brazil? Brace yourselves, because this caffeine-fueled battleground is about to explode. What a battlefield we have here, folks. Russia storms in with an overwhelming wave of support from Alana Silva, while Vietnam, led by the tireless Antoine, fights back with an army of emoji power. Turkey, represented by the mighty Muhamdayman and Juantex, is not taking this lying down, bringing their kebab-fueled forces into the mix. And let's not forget Kazakhstan stepping onto the stage. They're ready to show us all that they can be more than just the land of Borat memes. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by the fervent Alana Silva Q5G, rallies troops with an overwhelming wave of support. But Waitis is entering the fray with Go 2019 fueling the fire. Who knew the tiny San Marino would throw its hat in the ring, probably armed with more pride than weapons. Meanwhile, Vietnam, led by Had 234 and UC Gina G9CI, is ready to unleash a storm of rice and fury. And don't forget Turkey, with the IR4 and Muhammad Imandashkin W8Q, sounding the war drums like it's their national dance party. This clash of cultures is about to get wild. Will it be a feast or a food fight? Stay tuned, because this battle is just heating up. Chaos reigns as Turkey storms the battlefield with a relentless wave of troops spearheaded by the IR4 and Muhammad Dashkin W8Q. Meanwhile, Vietnam, led by the fierce Usain Nguyen WGNC and Antoine F6V, floods the territory with an astonishing number of reinforcements. Seriously, these guys are sending more troops than there are for restaurant in Ho Chi Minh City. But don't count out Russia. S1 Empel.Fisha has rallied a formidable force, ready to flex their military muscle like they just downed a ton of borscht. And what's this? A surprise entry from Brazil? Renata News 4873 is here, bringing the samba rhythm and a touch of tropical flair to this global clash. The tension is thick. Who will emerge victorious in this flag-waving frenzy? The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam, led by Antoine and Usain Nguyen, launches a wave of attacks. The sheer number of comments from Vietnam shows the nation's fierce determination, threatening to overwhelm any contender. Meanwhile, Turkey, under the command of Juantex and the IR4, is defending valiantly with a relentless flurry of flags. It's like an endless stream of kebabs raining down. And just when you thought it couldn't get more chaotic, Russia, represented by Alanta Silva and Plow 9422, is not backing down, striking from the shadows with a flurry of comments. Will the Vietnamese forces find a way to break through the Turkish defenses? Or will the Russian bear smash through both? Buckle up. This is getting intense. The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by Plow 9422, is rolling in with a massive wave of reinforcements. With the sheer volume of support, you'd think they were launching a vodka Olympics. But wait, Vietnam, represented fiercely by Antoine F6V, is not backing down. They are sending waves of troops and determination, ready to defend their honor and foe supremacy. Meanwhile, Turkey, with an avalanche of support from the IR4, is ready to swoop in like a falcon on a mission. Can the Turkish delight outshine the others? The tension is palpable. The battlefield is heating up as Russia rolls in with a staggering display of might, thanks to Plow 9422, raising the flag like it's the 4th of July in Moscow. Meanwhile, Turkey leads a massive charge under the banner of the IR4. And let's be real, We all know they're just here for the kebabs. Vietnam is storming the ranks with @my C4L1s and @Longhong Z5J9E, rallying troops like a never-ending noodle soup. You can never have too much. And hold on to your hats, the Netherlands is making appearances, but we're still trying to figure out if they're here to trade tulips or throw wooden shoes. Turmoil erupts as Russia surges into the battlefield, with @Plow9422 leading the charge. But hold on tight. The Turkish troops, under the command of @Juantex and @Ramizes Turkoglu 5202, are rallying hard for a counterattack. Shouting Turkla Bitik Biz Haydi Abnintin Yinilchez, a fiery call to arms. Meanwhile, Vietnam's forces, helmed by the relentless @Antoine F6V and the Nguyen C9V8, are exploding onto the scene with an overwhelming wave of support. It's a clash of cultures. Let's hope they're packing more than just foe to keep their spirits high. The battle lines are drawn. Faroe Islands is waving its flag with a fierce commitment, but watch out. Russia is coming in hot with an overwhelming wave of troops. Placing bets on this epic standoff, it seems Vietnam is rallying behind its formidable forces. But Turkey isn't backing down either, unleashing a battalion of its own. You know what they say about Vietnamese food, it's hard to resist, but can they resist the Turkish delight in this high-stakes showdown? Keep those comments rolling, warriors. A massive clash is brewing as Turkey, led by Chico Latalasid H7R and Juantex, launches a full-scale invasion with an unyielding wave of red and white. Meanwhile, Russia's Plow94-2 rallies their forces, unleashing a barrage of double-headed eagles ready to counterattack. But hold on tight, Vietnam's Antoine F6V is flooding the battlefield with an impressive battalion, outnumbering everyone with a staggering line of green, red, and yellow. Did you know Turkish coffee can keep you up longer than any of these nations can hold a grudge? Better grab some for the epic showdown ahead. As the smoke clears, can the Philippines under editor 4263 swoop in to steal the glory, or will Azerbaijan's Ramizes Turkoglu 5202 make a surprising alliance? The tension is palpable, folks. The battlefield is shaking as Vietnam rallies with an overwhelming number of troops ready to charge. @Con leads the charge, followed closely by @Longhong Z5J9E and @Antoine F6V, bringing the determination of 1,000 foe lovers. But wait, Turkey is sending in its elite forces. @Juantex and @Year 4 are flooding the chat with support, proving they're not just baklava enthusiasts but also fierce warriors. And suddenly the Philippines steps in with a surprising alliance. @Editor 4263 is on board, bringing a squad ready to defend their claim to the best tropical beaches. Looks like this war just got a lot more interesting, folks. The battle is heating up as Turkey, led by the relentless Juantex, sends wave after wave of flags into the fray. Meanwhile, Vietnam's massive forces, rallied by Antoine, unleash a torrent of troops with fiery passion. It's practically a flag factory over there. Don't count out Malaysia with Escalating bringing their unique spice to the battlefield. While the Philippines, backed by Editor4263, are making sure they're heard loud and proud with their relentless cheer. And speaking of troops, Muhammad is representing Turkey fiercely, yelling "İşte which translates to "this is it" in a true battle cry. Hold on tight, folks, it's a flag frenzy with betrayals brewing, and who knows what alliances will form next. The battlefield is heating up with an overwhelming wave of Vietnamese forces charging in, led by the fierce Thit Huy and Antoine F6V, who seem determined to wave that flag like it's going out of style. Meanwhile, Juantex and the Turkish battalion are rallying their troops, claiming, "Busy Gesemezler." It's like a hot sauce competition. Who will hold the spice and who will be left cooling down in defeat? And speaking of fierce, Editor463's Philippines are here too, bringing the tropical energy. Stay tuned, because this war is just getting started. The battlefield is heating up with Vietnam laying siege with an overwhelming wave of support. Long Hoang Z5J9E and Antoine F6V are rallying the troops with a relentless parade of Vietnamese flags, while Turkey is not backing down. Ej Agil Z5F and Muhammad W8Q are launching a flag blitzkrieg that's got the competition sweating. And wait, what's that? Zarida Hamad 1597 just called in Malaysia as a surprise ally, while the chatter from Giganotosaurus 146 brings in Italy, likely to distract everyone with pizza jokes rather than actual battle strategies. This rivalry is about to explode. Who will stand victorious today? It's more chaotic than a Turkish bazaar on a Saturday. The battlefield is heating up with an overwhelming show of support for Vietnam as Antoine F6V and Phifian Han rally their troops with a staggering wave of flag reports. Meanwhile, Turkey, led by the relentless Juantex and Muhammad W8Q, is looking to dominate with their impressive formation of flags. And let's not forget Italy, making its presence felt with Giganotosaurus 1246, while the Philippines, represented by Editor4263, is ready to join the fray. Did you know that Turkey has a penchant for delicious baklava? Looks like they're bringing the sweets to this savory battle. battlefield is heating up as Turkey's forces led by Geopolitical surge with a relentless wave of reinforcements. And oh boy, Vietnam isn't backing down either. Vietnam is rallying a staggering number of troops, flooding the arena with their passionate presence. Meanwhile, Italy is trying to sneak in a pizza delivery amidst the chaos, thanks to Giganotosaurus 146. But can they deliver under fire? Cyprus is here, firmly holding their ground, while the Netherlands and the Philippines are forming unexpected alliances. Will they unite against the Turkish juggernaut, or will they get lost in a windmill of confusion? Grab your popcorn, this war just got spicy! Vietnam is storming the battlefield like a tidal wave, with Vibuithi 7843 and Manang AK777 leading the charge, flooding the chat with a relentless sea of support for their homeland. But hold on to your hats, because Turkey, led by the fierce Juantex and the determined Sekolatalasut H7R, is poised to clash with the Vietnamese juggernaut, bringing in their spices and kebabs for a fiery showdown. Meanwhile, the Russians, represented by Plo 9422 and Arctic PQ6, are throwing in their hefty artillery. Let's hope they remember to load the blinis before taking aim. And don't forget the Netherlands, with Erdim Yildiz 733 lurking in the background, probably trying to negotiate a peace treaty over a plate of stroopwafels. Chaos erupts as Plow 9422 rallies the Russian forces, deploying waves upon waves of troops as they clash with the relentless Turkish battalions led by Sekolatalasut H7R and Juantex. Meanwhile, Antwa F6 commands a Vietnamese army that refuses to back down, reminding everyone that they make some of the best foe in the world. Just watch out for that spicy sauce. And let's not forget the Netherlands, represented by Yildiz 733. Trying to maintain neutrality while quietly judging everyone for not being tall enough. What a hilarious battlefield we've got here. Chaos erupts as the Netherlands joins the fray once again, rallying behind Erdim Yildiz 7033. Meanwhile, the mighty giant Russia, led by the sheer volume of comments from Pelau 9422 and Edriel Nanikoalva, is rampaging through the battlefield. The Brazilian forces are here, courtesy of Mr. Rick Blaster, while Vietnam makes its grand entrance with a sea of support from Conmamai Gs and Vibuithi 7843, proving they're ready for a fight. Just remember, folks, every tall Dutch windmill has a cozy Dutch tulip, and when Brazilians play football they practically dance. Let's see who emerges victorious in this epic battle of nations. Battles are heating up. the Turks are mobilizing in full force with a spectacular surge from @Sekolatalasut H7R and @Muhammad Imanchkin W8Q, rallying for a grand Ottoman comeback. But wait, the fiery Vietnam faction, led by @Vibuathi 7843 and @Onach16V, is not backing down. Expect a clash of epic proportions. And don't forget the Netherlands holding strong with @Erdemi Yildiz 733, shouting their support like a cheese-loving Viking on a tulip field. Can you smell the chaos, viewers? It's about to get wild. We're in the thick of it. Vietnam is launching a full-on invasion with wave after wave of players rallying behind the flag, led by Antoine and Vuibu Thi. Meanwhile, Turkey under the relentless command of Mohammed Emin Dashkin is flexing its might with a troop surge that could rival a kebab feast. Italy is trying to sneak in for a slice of the action, but can they handle the intense competition? And the Netherlands? Oh boy, Erdem Yildiz is bringing an army that could fill a tulip field. Just remember, folks, when it comes to fighting, no one can outlast the Vietnamese coffee. A massive wave of Dutch forces floods the battlefield as @Erdemi Yildiz 733 raises the flag of the Netherlands high. But hold on, Bangladesh has entered the fray with @8R888R rallying the troops, and it looks like Turkey, thanks to @Nicholas Podamitis, is ready to join the fracas too. Meanwhile, Vietnam is pulling a serious power move with @Anchuan F6V and @Vibuathi 7843 sending in an overwhelming wave of support. Who knew they were so passionate? As the Netherlands dig in, the Brazilian troops led by @Lolofofis 2 are ready to samba right into the fight, bringing their carnival spirit to the battlefield. And look out, Russia is joining the mix with @Fafo Atrello Nanico El Vafafo, showing no mercy. Can anyone stop this multinational chaos? The battlefield is heating up as American forces are storming in with an overwhelming wave of troops. Meanwhile, France is rallying hard, led by the relentless Demirassahin, who's declared a culinary war of baguettes and berets against everyone else. Vietnam is not backing down either, with a massive surge from Lethatam, ready to unleash their famous foe in a flavorful frontline assault. And oh boy, the Netherlands is making its mark with an endless display of tulips. Wait, no? That's just Erdmilde 7033, sending reinforcements in clogs and windmills. Who knew a peaceful country could contribute so many troops? Get ready, people, because this flag frenzy is about to take over the world, one emoji at a time. Vietnam is charging into the battlefield like a dragon unleashed. @Chadonguyenbui 2506 and @Antoine F6V are rallying their forces with endless waves of reinforcements, outnumbering everyone else here. Meanwhile, Poland, represented by @Demir Sahin R2C6Q, is throwing up their flags like they're at a football match, trying to get in the game. But can they keep up with the Vietnamese onslaught? Or will they get steamrolled like a pierogi under a bulldozer? And look out! Here comes France, ready to croissant the competition with a delicious barrage of baguettes from Demirara Sahin R2C6Q. Will the French finesse be enough to stifle the Vietnamese vigor? Meanwhile, the Netherlands, with Demialdis 733, is throwing tulips and windmills into the fray, hoping for a peaceful negotiations in the chaos. What a spicy and wild cluster of nations we've got here. The battlefield is heating up as North Korea, represented by Funk Sigma, is charging hard with a relentless wave of troops. Meanwhile, the Netherlands is rallying under the leadership of Demialdis 7033, deploying a massive fleet of orange-clad fighters. Seriously, they must have an endless supply of cheese to keep that army going. France, led by Demirara Sahin, is trying to hold the line with their culinary prowess, claiming victory with baguettes and berets. And let's not forget Vietnam, with players like Vui Bouthi 7843 and Antoine F6V unleashing a whirlwind of support that's stronger than their world-famous foe. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of nations? Stay tuned. Chaos erupts as Japan remains silent, while Brazil takes center stage, launching an all-out Samba attack with an army of flag-waving warriors. And look out, because Vietnam is flooding in with reinforcements shouting, "Colan!" It's a rice-fueled charge like no other. Meanwhile, France is flexing its baguette muscles, coming in hot with an endless parade of flags. But the Netherlands is creeping up with a plan. Stay tuned for those clogs to hit the battlefield. Things are heating up on the battlefield. Taiwan is storming the front lines with an absolute tidal wave of support, thanks to @IMEG9I. Meanwhile, North Korea is feeling extra bold with @Funk Sigma rallying the troops, but can they stand against the relentless wave of Vietnam? Coming in strong from @Viba7843 and @Chidongguyenbui 2506, which seems to represent an entire brigade. And what's this? The Netherlands, led by @Dumel7EZO33, is assembling to provide some serious tactical flair, while the Russian forces led by @Catnap L6T are drooling over the prospect of borrowing some of that famous Dutch cheese. This war is crazier than a cat at a dog show. Let's see who emerges victorious. The battlefield is heating up, folks. The Netherlands is sending wave after wave, courtesy of Demialdis 733, while Vietnam, under the ever-enthusiastic banner of @Chidongguyenbui 2506, is rallying its forces like there's a foe-eating contest on the line. But wait, North Korea, represented by @Funk Sigma, is not backing down, ready to launch its own peculiar strategy, which may include karaoke and missile testing. And don't count out the Irish spirit from @DmeanEVE. Because who knows when a good toast might turn the tide of this chaotic conflict. Chaos is erupting in the Battle of the Flags. Vietnam is staging an epic takeover with an army of support from @Vubithi 7843 and @Din Xuan Nguyen Tenso 10 rallying their troops with fervor. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, led by @Erdem Yildiz 7033, keeps coming back for more, like a stubborn cheese that just won't melt away. North Korea, backed by @Funk Sigma, is sending wave after wave of soldiers, but will they clash with Brazil's colorful Samba troops from @Mia Leonor Jara Palacios? Let's not even mention Russia, as @Ivan Troev M5G keeps throwing in their 2 cents. The battlefield is heating up, folks, and it's about to get even messier. Oh boy, the battlefield is heating up with North Korea charging in from the east, led by @Funk Sigma's relentless flag waving. Vietnam is rallying behind a monumental force, with @Din Xuyen Nguyen 1010 and @Lethatam U7I showing the world how to multiply their presence like a bakery making buns. But wait, Russia, represented fiercely by @Ivan Troev M5G and @Arctic PQ6 Pi, is preparing a counter-offensive that could shake the entire front. Meanwhile, the USA thinks they can just rock up with @Mestudio 2022 YT and cruise to victory like it's a 4th of July picnic. Chaos reigns as Brazil's Mia Leonor Jara Palacios rallies, wave after wave of Samba warriors, launching an all-out attack on the North Korean forces led by Funk Sigma. With the mighty Russia of Vladimir Petrov and Eva Troyev bolstering their ranks, it's a brawl for dominance. And just when you thought things couldn't get crazier, Vietnam's Chidan Nguyen Bui and Antoine are flooding the battlefield like a rice paddy army, refusing to back down. Someone grab the soy sauce, because this clash is about to get spicy. The battlefield is heating up with a fierce showdown as Europe rallies alongside Vietnam and Malaysia, while North Korea is plotting a sneaky invasion. @Funk Sigma is leading the charge with a battalion of emoji soldiers from the Hermit Kingdom, but watch out for @New York's Empire State, who's flooding the arena with the might of Malaysia. In the meantime, @Wasif's YouTube channel vlog 781 Bangladesh Army is making waves, and @Mia Leonor Jara Palacios is unleashing a Brazilian onslaught. Did you know that Malaysians are known for their love of food? Don't be surprised if you see a food truck rolling onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, @Antoine F6V is trying to rally Vietnam's forces. But with all those angry emojis, it looks like they are ready for a showdown. The chaos is real. Who will claim victory in this international brawl? The battlefield is erupting as North Korea, led by Funk Sigma with an overwhelming show of flags, is locked in a tense stare-down against Bangladesh and its relentless champion, Wasif, who's rallying his troops with a staggering number of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Germany, under the command of Anonymister, is coming in hot, ready to throw down some serious Teutonic strength, while Malaysia, led by New York's the Empire State, is eyeing the chaos with potential support. And what's this? Ukraine is stepping in as a wildcard thanks to Marina, with Italy, represented by Leoludo, daring to make a NATO joke amidst the madness. Who will form the ultimate alliance, and who will be left in the dust? Stay tuned, because this war just hit another level of insanity. The battlefield erupts as Bangladesh, represented by @Wasif's YouTube channel vlog 7819, sends wave after wave of fighters. Meanwhile, Indonesia, led by @Nisa Aja C7, is rallying its forces ready to clash in an epic showdown. Germany, with @Anon Mr. Creepy leading the charge, is reinforcing its troops with relentless precision. And don't sleep on Turkey. @Sarpimba is pushing hard, hoping to cook up some kebab-inspired tactics to claim victory. And in a twist of fate, Brazil's entered the fray. Thanks to @Canal just in time to samba over the competition. Did you know that Brazilians are renowned for their football? But it looks like they'll need to kick it up a notch if they want to go toe-to-toe with Turkey's quest for glory. The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by @LKU Mame and the fierce Vladimir, rallies with an overwhelming force of flags. But wait, Brazil's @Canaldane Tiragacau is charging in with a tropical twist, bringing vibrant energy to the mix. Meanwhile, Germany's @Anonymous Mr. Creepy is launching a counterattack with a symphony of flags, showing that they mean business. No sauerkraut jokes today. And what's this? Turkey's @Sarpimba is reinforcing the front lines with a wave of troops, while North Korea's @Funk Sigma is bringing a whole brigade of flags, trying to send shockwaves through the ranks. India is also stepping onto the battlefield as @Uzbekistan 20F9Q joins the fray. It seems we're about to witness a colossal clash of cultures and national pride. Germany's launching a blitzkrieg with a flood of support from @Anonymous Mr. Creepy's forces. Those eagles are ready to soar. Meanwhile, @Sarpimba is rallying Turkey's warriors, preparing for an epic showdown against the wave of Brazilian enthusiasm crashing in from @Mia Leonor Jara Palacios and @Canaldane Tiragacau. Not to mention the formidable presence of @Roker1 TV's Uzbekistan, who knew the Silk Road would lead to this chaos. Get ready for a BRICS brawl, as everyone scrambles for alliances amidst a sea of flags. And don't forget, while the Germans are known for precision, the Turkish coffee will keep everyone awake for the fight ahead. Chaos erupts as Germany storms the battlefield with an overwhelming force. @Anonymous Mr. Creepy is rallying the troops with a barrage of German flags ready to dominate. Meanwhile, North Korea, led by @Funk Sigma, prepares for a relentless defense. How many times can they hit the reset button? Vietnam, represented fiercely by @Laihuan 2818, is not backing down either, sending waves of warriors to claim victory. And let's not forget India, where @Nitu Guha is bringing the spice to this war zone, accompanied by @Nurshak's Israeli forces, both looking for strategic alliances. Remember folks, stereotypes don't define them, unless they're about their cooking. Chaos erupts as Brazil, led by the relentless @Canaldane Tiragacau, rallies its troops for an all-out showdown against the unyielding forces of India, who simply won't stop pouring in from @Mithu Guho with a massive wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Turkey, flagged by @Sarpimba, seems to be pulling a never-ending supply of troops, making their stampede towards the battlefield almost comical. Maybe they hope to bribe the competition with baklava? Germany, fervently cheering from the sidelines with Anna and Mr. Creepy, is plotting something sneaky while the BRICS alliance, spearheaded by @nonstop 414, stands strong, ready to shake things up. Hold on to your flags, folks. This is going to be wild. The battlefield is heating up as Israel and Turkey brace for a showdown, fueled by the relentless calls of @NurseHack rallying the troops with multiple flags. Meanwhile, the mighty forces of Brazil are flooding the front lines, with @nonstop 440 Migius leading the charge. And can we talk about the relentless support from @Mia Leonor Yara Palacios? It's like a carnival, but with more flags and fewer clowns. With India and Bangladesh also joining the fray, we've got a spicy alliance brewing, as if a samosa met a curry at a football match. Stay tuned, it's going to be a wild ride. The clash between the titans of India and the relentless waves of Turkey is heating up. @Mitu Guha is rallying for India like it's cricket season, while @Sarpinla is throwing down for Turkey like it's a kebab fest. And look out! Here comes Brazil charging in like there's a carnival parade on the battlefield. @Mia Leonor Jara Palacios and the legion of Brazilian warriors are dominating the comment section like it's a football match. Meanwhile, @NurseHack is bringing out the Israeli tactics, showing that sometimes a little strategy goes a long way. Just like they say, if at first you don't succeed, blame it on your neighbors. And let's not forget about Vietnam. @HioConN is not just a spectator. They're turning up the heat with a whole battalion of comments. Buckle up, the war of the flags is just getting started. The battlefield erupts with the thunderous clash of nations. Turkey is charging in with an army of flags, ready to dominate. But India and Israel are rallying their forces like it's the ultimate tag team match. Brazil, meanwhile, is throwing down the gauntlet with an endless wave of support. Seriously, are you all just here for the football? And look out! Malaysia sneaks onto the scene like a ninja while Portugal sends a few reinforcements to spice things up. Get your snacks, folks. This international showdown is heating up. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil rolls in with a relentless wave, led by the fierce @nonstop 440 Mies and @Mia Leonor Yara Palacios, who keep chanting for their tropical warriors. But watch out, Israel is not backing down. And @DutyDude7062 is rallying the troops for an epic showdown. Meanwhile, Malaysia seems to be multiplying its forces like they're breeding rabbits, with @Pebble911 leading the charge. It's a real snack attack. And let's not forget India, represented by @Mitu Guha, ready to spice things up. This isn't just a battle, it's a full-blown international cookout. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil storms the front lines, led by the relentless @nonstop 440 Mix and @Mia Leonor Jara Palacios, who are rallying the Samba spirit. But watch out, India, represented fiercely by Mita Guha and their unyielding chants, is charging in with an army of unity. Meanwhile, Malaysia is making its presence known, with Pebble 911 bringing a wave of fervent support. Can this Southeast Asian giant flip the tides of war? Fun fact, you know what they say about Brazil and dancing? They never skip leg day. Let's hope they can outrun the competition. Brazil is launching a full-scale samba invasion, led by the fierce forces of Culinary Palacios and non-stop 440 Mrs., who are all chanting Brawl. But wait, the Malaysian troops from Pebble 91 are gathering their ranks with a relentless wave of messages, ready to counterattack with their infamous Kaya Toast tactics. Meanwhile, Mita Guha is rallying the Indian battalion, looking to spice things up and add a bit of curry to this chaotic clash. And let's not forget China, rolling in with their strategical prowess. Just like their Great Wall, they know how to defend. This battlefield is hotter than a Brazilian barbecue and spicier than Indian curry, and there's no telling who will come out on top. Brazil is storming onto the battlefield, led by the relentless non-stop 440 Ms and Culinary Palacios, ready to samba their way through the competition. But watch out, Malaysia, with Pebble 911 at the forefront, is rallying with a relentless wave of support, almost like they're trying to break the world record for most flags raised in a single chat. And what's this? India, spearheaded by Mita Guha, is flooding the front lines with a fierce chant, while Turkey, championed by NSXX Beskol, is ready to roll out their secret weapon, baklava diplomacy. Will we see a delicious alliance or a sweet betrayal? Stay tuned for the chaos. The battlefield is heating up with Malaysia rallying under the fierce calls of Pebble 911. They're flooding the arena like their famous Petronas towers, but will they stand tall against the might of India, led by the relentless Mita Guha? Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by the unstoppable Daniel Vitor 43 and Marco Soares U5s, is turning up the heat with their endless green. And let's not forget the formidable Russia, charging in like vodka shots at a party thanks to Heifer 2. Can Malaysia hold their ground, or will they end up as a footnote in this international showdown? The battlefield is heating up as Malaysia, represented by Pebble 911, storms in with an unrelenting wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Russia stands tall with an overwhelming force commanded by Heifer 2, ready to clash against anyone daring to challenge their icy grip. Poland, led by Szymon Szymowski and Torin 777, is rallying together. But can they withstand the tropical onslaught of Malaysia or the imperial might of Russia? And don't forget the colorful shout from Ferralubi channel as Indonesia joins the fray, possibly bringing some of that delicious satay charm to the conflict. Will the battle turn into a culinary showdown? Keep those comments coming, players. Chaos erupts as Brazil's forces, led by the unstoppable Escalating and Marco Soares U5s, storm the battleground with an astonishing number of troops. Meanwhile, Malaysia rallying behind at Pebble 911 is holding strong with relentless waves of reinforcements. But wait, India represented fiercely by at Mithu Guha isn't backing down either, ready to spice things up with some serious curry power. And let's not forget about Uzbekistan making a surprising entrance, because who wouldn't want some plov in the midst of a flag war? Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an avalanche of support from at Siti Khatijah Hussein 538, flooding in flag after flag. But Malaysia, led by the relentless at Pebble 911, is holding its ground with an army of emojis. Will their persistence pay off? Meanwhile, the ever-assertive at Escalating doubles down with the mighty power of the USA and Brazils, which historically never shy away from a food fight. Alliances are forming and tensions are rising, especially with at Showdown 9K throwing Uzbekistan into the mix. Watch out for that surprise twist. Chaos erupts as Pakistan, Brazil, and the Philippines form an unexpected alliance. Escalating and Ketchupan pancakes are rallying their troops, but watch out for Molt 3 NTAG's relentless Filipino forces flooding the battlefield. Meanwhile, Venezuela's raucous crew led by Rafael Araujo 8796 is bolstering their ranks with sheer determination, while the Malaysian brigade from Pebble 911 is planting their flag like it's a tropical vacation. Who will outlast this relentless onslaught of flags and fun? Fun fact: did you know that Brazil is famous for its coffee? Too bad they won't be needing caffeine with this level of adrenaline. The battleground is erupting as Malaysia rallies its forces under the command of at Pebble 911, with an unstoppable wave of green and yellow. But wait, Venezuela is not backing down, led fiercely by at Rafael Araujo 8796, shouting "Venezuela not Laos!" as they charge forward with a sea of red, blue and yellow. Meanwhile, at Escalating brings Brazil's iconic samba spirit into the fray, dancing their way to victory with an overwhelming army of green and gold. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, at Szymon Jamoski in Poland throw down the gauntlet, ready to defend their pierogi-loving pride. Who will rise to glory, and who will be left in the rubble of this chaotic flag melee? The battlefield is heating up with Malaysia's forces launching a full-scale invasion led by at Pebble 911. They've got the numbers flooding in like a monsoon, but wait, Brazil, represented by at Eva 45G6I, is not backing down, rallying together like a carnival parade ready to samba into action. Meanwhile, India's army, inspired by at Mithu Guha, is charging in like it's cricket finals. Everyone knows they love a good showdown. And oh look, at Escalating is rallying Kenya's troops. potentially looking to form an alliance with Rafael Araujo's 876's Venezuela, which is known for its coffee. Let's see if they brew up some trouble. And, can we talk about Ireland? Broski Deggs is holding it down? Probably just there for the good crake. Let's hope they bring some good old luck to this chaotic clash. The battlefield is ablaze with flags as Vietnam launches a relentless wave of reinforcements from Howie 01K and Sitik Hatija Chehusin 538. Malaysia's mega squad, led by Cheryl Sarif 6908 and Pebble 91 is rallying for an all-out clash. Meanwhile, India is not backing down either, with Mithu Guha's mighty allegiance ready to defend their honor with all those tricolor banners. Did you know that the last time Vietnam and Malaysia clashed, both sides ended up feasting on pho and satay? Now that's a spicy peace treaty. Here comes Brazil charging in from Eva 45G6I, bringing samba vibes and footwork that could dodge any attack. The battlefield has erupted with the fierce march of Vietnam, led by How High 01K, flooding the digital landscape with an army of flag emojis. But hold on tight, because Nepal and Pakistan are joining in this chaotic showdown, with Polynagarsha 2656 rallying their forces like they're hosting a spicy food contest. Meanwhile, India, commanded by Mithu Guha, is bringing the heat and a whole lot of curry to the front lines, ready to spice things up. And what's this? Malaysia, with Pebble 911 at the helm, is launching a surprise operation from the jungle. It's like a buffet of countries, each bringing their unique flavors to the fight. I'm getting hungry just watching this. As tensions rise, Indonesia and the Philippines are prepping their secret weapons, food and dance moves. Who knew international conflicts could be so deliciously entertaining? The battlefield is heating up with Indonesia charging forward, led by the Italian pizza slice waving the flag of intensity. Meanwhile, India, rallied by Mithu Guha, is steadfastly resisting the onslaught. Ireland's army, bolstered by Braski Deggs and Masanakshin, is ready to shamrock their way into battle, claiming the hills with a pint of victory. And don't forget Malaysia's strategic maneuvers, courtesy of Pebble 911, who's flooding the battlefield with their forces. Let's hope they brought some delicious food with them, because it's about to get spiced. The battlefield is heating up as Ireland storms forward with a relentless wave of supporters from Masanakshin, ready to raise a pint and fight for their pride. Vietnam, led by Sikatijachusin 538, counters with a fierce strategy to outmaneuver those shamrocks. Meanwhile, Poland's Simon Krzyzimowski is rallying troops with a fierce determination, proving that you don't mess with pierogi power. And let's not forget Indonesia, going all in with the Italian pizza slice, who's bringing an endless supply of spicy sambal to the fray. Did you know that the Irish are famous for their love of potatoes, while the Polish have mastered the art of the pierogi? Talk about a culinary showdown. Who will emerge victorious in this wild clash of cultures? Keep those comments coming. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam unleashes a thunderous wave of support with countless troops flooding in. Meanwhile, Poland, with its fierce resolve, is ready to duel, rallying behind Szymon Krymowski's relentless calls for glory. Spain, represented by Broski Didbits says, is launching a surprise culinary assault with flamenco vibes and tapas, while Ireland, led by Masanashin, is bringing the luck of the Irish to the fray. Just don't let them drink the pot of gold before battle. And what's this? Indonesia is charging forth with a seemingly endless march of flags, ready to spice things up in this chaotic war. Who will emerge victorious in this wild clash of cultures? The battle lines are drawn. Vietnam has stormed the field with an explosive wave of reinforcements, courtesy of Stitik Hatijachahusin 538, while Indonesia, led by the Italian pizza slice, is not backing down, unleashing a tsunami of troops. Poland, under the relentless pressure of Szymon Krymowski, is rallying its forces with a fierce determination, ready to clash. And oh boy, Ireland, championed by Masanashin, is bringing the party to the battlefield with enough shamrocks to make everyone's head spin. Fun fact, did you know that Poles love their pierogies so much they might just use them as projectiles? The chaos continues.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind.
The battlefield is erupting with the ferocity of Spain as Broski rallies the troops with an unyielding wave of red and yellow. Meanwhile, Poland's Szymon Krymowski isn't backing down, sending in the white and red forces to clash fiercely against anyone in their path. Malaysia, led by the unstoppable Pebble 911, is charging headfirst into this fray, making it a triple threat. Let's not forget Turkey's valiant Urano Yundunyasi 581, ready to sprinkle some kebab magic over the chaos as the Irish, represented by the tireless Masanashini, are prepared to throw shamrocks into the mix. It's a flag frenzy. This war just got spicy.
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led.
The battlefield is lit, with Bhutan charging in with an army of flags. Spain is not backing down either, unleashing a wall of red and yellow that's brighter than a flamenco dancer's dress. Meanwhile, Mongolia is sending wave after wave, proving they're not just about that vast grassland. And let's not forget about Pakistan, rallying its forces with an overwhelming display that would make any cricket fan proud. India seems to be declaring war on its keyboard with a relentless barrage of comments. Will they take on New Zealand or focus on their epic rivalry with Pakistan? Speaking of rivalries, Poland is raising its flags in solidarity, while Ireland is swinging its shamrocks, hoping for a lucky charm to turn the tide. With Russia and Turkey joining the fray, things are heating up. And who could overlook Malaysia, locked and loaded with the ultimate hawker food? Brace yourselves, folks. This is turning into a global showdown you won't want to miss. Intense chaos erupts as India storms the battlefield with overwhelming numbers, thanks to AT. Meanwhile, Sriwayuni KQ-7UJ brings Indonesia into the fray, ready to unleash a wave of spice and enthusiasm onto the arena. Spain, represented by @Broski Didzigzi, joins the skirmish, likely shouting "Ole," while the Irish forces led by @Masna Shining set up their famous pubs for morale support. And watch out for Mongolia's rallying cry from @Die525, as they just keep coming with a fierce, unending stampede. Get ready because this battle is about to get spicy like curry at an Irish pub. Chaos erupts as @Dubia, as Trinidad and Tobago storms the battlefield with unwavering intensity. Meanwhile, @Alana Carolina P3W's Brazil is rallying its Samba troops, ready to dance around the competition. But watch out, the Pakistan army led by @Eswedits is invading with relentless zeal, and @Sdibuia's Russia is not backing down either. These nations are throwing digital punches like they're using the power of borscht and curry. Get ready for a culinary clash of epic proportions. Chaos erupts as Ukraine, Spain and India rally their forces. @XXXXXXN2J is leading the charge for Ukraine, throwing in reinforcements like they're trying to break a world record in flag waving. Meanwhile, @Broski Itzz has Spain marching with their flamenco dancers, ready to shimmy into battle with twists of paella. In the corner we have @Denjidahia dusting off India's cricket bats, preparing for some strategic hit-and-run tactics, while @Poivulia storms the battlefield for Russia, bringing an army of spies and vodka shots. And oh boy, @Eswedits has Pakistan dropping in like it's the hottest trend with their endless flag emojis. I hope they brought enough biryani for everyone. It's a meme-worthy showdown. Will we see alliances form or betrayals unfold? Buckle up, folks. This is just getting started. The battlefield is alight with fierce rivalries. Vietnam, represented by @Siti Khatija Hassan 538, is launching a relentless wave of troops, while Mongolia, driven by @Die525, is digging in with a relentless defense. Meanwhile, the Russians, backed by @Poiabuia, are rolling out their heavy artillery and making it clear they're here to dominate. And let's not forget India, with @Dinjidahia rallying the troops like it's a cricket match at the World Cup minus the tea breaks. The stakes are high, folks. The battlefield is ablaze as Mongolia, represented by Die525, stands tall with an unstoppable wave of flags. Meanwhile, Malaysia, championed by Pebble 91, is rallying troops to clash head-on. The UK, with strategic whispers from Kesiana Silva 389, is preparing for a daring incursion, while Russia, led by the relentless Po Ayabuya, rolls in with tanks and confidence, ready to assert dominance. And let's not forget about India, with Denji Dahia charging in with a battalion of comments. In other news, Vietnam, showing remarkable endurance, is flooding the battlefield with troops, thanks to Siti Khatijah Hussein 538, who might just declare a whole new flag army at this rate. And listen closely, Turkey, represented by Faulty 10, is bringing the kebabs and chaos. It's about to get deliciously intense. Stay tuned, the alliances and betrayals are just heating up. The battlefield is heating up as India rallies with an army of support, led by the relentless Denji Dahia shouting, "India more times than a broken record." Meanwhile, Vietnam is launching a counter-offensive, with Tien Son Dung N3P and Siti Khatijah Hussein 538 bringing a wave of Vietnamese flags that could drown the competition. But don't sleep on Brazil, represented by 082, whose samba moves might just outmaneuver the rest if they can get their party started in this war zone. And hold on to your hats, because Turkey, represented by F Akman S8M and Kasmazlarai Lazy C4U, is looking to stir things up with a dash of baklava and chaos. Will India's sheer numbers take the day, or will Vietnam's persistence and Brazil's flair steal the spotlight? It's a multinational clash packed with passion and flag-waving drama. The battlefield is heating up as India's forces surge with a relentless chant from Denji Dahia. But hold on to your seats, cause Mongolia's cavalry is flooding the ranks, roaring with Dai 525 support. Russia stands tall like a bear, ready to defend with Po Ayabuya leading the charge. And just when you think it's a three-way clash, here comes Vietnam, flooding in faster than a summer monsoon to Siti Khatijah Hussein 538. Meanwhile, the Turkish forces are rallying under Kasmazlarai C4U, ready to feast on some delicious kebabs after the victory. And hey, fun fact, Mongolia always has a horse to ride into battle, while India might just have the best curry to distract their opponents. Let the chaos unfold. Chaos reigns as Turkey's forces surge forward, led by Kasmazlarai C4U, battling it out with the relentless wave of Vietnam from Siti Khatijah Hussein 538. Meanwhile, India, summoned repeatedly by Denji Dahia, is rallying their troops with determination. Too bad they can't seem to decide whether to go for curry or biryani first. And what's this? Malaysia joins the fray with an overwhelming number of reinforcements from Pebble 911, ready to stir the pot with their infamous satay and maybe a side of mischief. But wait, Morocco's Zaherzur isn't about to sit back and watch. They're looking for alliances, and with Georgia's Tamara Madza G3J lurking, we might just see some unexpected trade deals or culinary competitions unfold amidst the chaos. The battlefield is heating up as Malaysia storms the front lines with an overwhelming wave of reinforcements. At Mikulanwar is rallying the troops, but here comes Turkey with at Kasmazlasrailizi C4U igniting some serious rivalry. Looks like Baklava versus Satay is about to go down. Vietnam, fueled by at Sitikati Jahusin 538, isn't backing down either, declaring a unified front with their fierce numbers. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, at Dinja Dahia throws India into the mix, creating an epic clash reminiscent of cricket matches gone wrong. Can anyone say drama? Meanwhile, at Christian Joe V4Z wants a bigger show, and we're all here for it. Battlefield is heating up as Turkey rallies under the fierce command of Kasmazlasrailizi C4U, sending wave after wave of soldiers. Meanwhile, Vietnam, represented fiercely by Sitikati Jahusin 538, is flooding the front lines, proving that quantity has its own kind of power, like an army of over-caffeinated coffee lovers. And don't forget Russia, coming in hot with Poyabuya, deploying tactical maneuvers. Are they planning an icy ambush? Rumor has it, they've brought their best vodka for a cheers before the chaos begins. Morocco is showing up, thanks to Zohair Zouir, and let's not overlook Malaysia's multiple entries from Pebble 9111. 4 times the charm, right? Each nation is rallying their forces. This is one epic clash that's bound to get wild. And with India's rising presence from Dengi Dahias, it's like a Bollywood blockbuster unfolding right before our eyes. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic realm of flags and alliances? Buckle up, because this war is just getting started. The battlefield is alive with the clash of nations. Malaysia is charging in with a relentless wave, while Vietnam's forces march in overwhelming numbers, ready to flood the zone. It's a Southeast Asian showdown. But wait, Morocco's squad is rolling in with a game plan that smells like spices and mint tea, shaking the ground beneath. I can't help but wonder if Turkey's troops are packing those delicious kebabs for morale, because they're poised to step in. And speaking of morale, India has launched an emotional campaign echoing through the ranks with a mantra of India, India, India. Get ready for a roller coaster of alliances and betrayals, folks. The Kuwaiti troops are charging in like they own the place, with at Zazululal rallying the flag-waving squad, but Turkey isn't backing down. At Kasmazlasrailizi, C4U is sending waves of Turkish forces, ready to outmaneuver the competition. Meanwhile, at Pebble 911's Malaysia is sneaking in from the side base, like a stealthy ninja trying to steal the spotlight. Pro tip, you know it's serious when at Zorzuzir keeps popping off with those Moroccan vibes. It's a full-on flag frenzy, folks. The battlefield is erupting with fierce cries from Peru as at Benjamin Palacios D6F9P rallies his troops for an all-out assault. Meanwhile, at Zazululal is leading Kuwait into the fray with an unstoppable wave of flag emojis. But will they withstand the onslaught from Turkey, spearheaded by at Kasmazlasrailizi C4U and the unyielding forces of at Ali Aaron Soydash? Hold on to your hats, because Morocco is rising from the shadows as at Zohair Zohir leads their charge, ready to shake things up. Fun fact. Did you know that if you mix Turkish delight with Moroccan mint tea, it gets even more deliciously chaotic? Chaos erupts as Laos charges into battle, declaring its pride with a fierce wave of support from Atsai V3M. Meanwhile, Kuwait is flooding the arena with troops, showing off its determination thanks to At Zezu Ulululal. On the other front, Russia, led by the intimidating presence of At Biwuya, is rallying with a relentless force, while Turkey, backed by At Kasmazlarilizi C4U and At Eren Soydash, is holding its ground like a Bosphorus fortress. And let's not forget Peru, fighting valiantly, reminding everyone that they can serve Ceviche and victory at the same time with At Benjamin Palacios D6 F9P. Buckle up, it's about to get explosive. Kazakhstan is storming the battlefield with an avalanche of support from At Love Tai, overpowering the front lines with an endless wave of flags. Meanwhile, Kuwait is rallying with a charge led by At Zezu Ululal, bringing a tidal wave of reinforcements that would make even a camel blush. And oh, don't overlook Morocco, represented fiercely by At Zoher Zawai, ready to spice things up in this global clash. Fun fact, did you know that Kazakhstan is the 9th largest country in the world? Talk about a big player in this little game. The battlefield is roaring with the sounds of conflict as Kuwait, represented fiercely by At Zezor, joins the chaos with endless waves of support. But wait, here comes Russia, led by At POI, with a mighty surge that could send chills down even the toughest of competitors' spines. Kazakhstan's proud forces, rallying behind At INI and C7U, are setting their sights on claiming a strategic advantage. And let's not forget about Vietnam, with At Phuong Tran VD9 Op unleashing an army that could rival any fast food chain in a speed-eating contest. Can the alliances hold, or will betrayal be the name of the game? The battlefield is heating up as Bhutan unleashes an avalanche of troops, ready to dominate. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan is rallying its forces, possibly fueled by a craving for borscht and kite flying. It looks like Kuwait is also gearing up for a showdown. Hope they brought enough oil. Serbia prepares to clash head-on with Russia, while Vietnam seems to be mobilizing a never-ending wave of soldiers. Watch out for those rice-powered tanks. Brazil's samba dancers are ready to distract the enemy with their moves, but will it be enough to fend off the advancing troops? The stakes have never been higher, and the viewer engagement is epic. Keep those country names coming, warriors. battlefield is buzzing. At Lumi.Toutling2763 unleashes a wave of Belarusian might, but watch out as at Lovtai rallies the Kazakhs for a counterattack. Meanwhile, at Monkiayo is going bananas with Hong Kong's fierce presence, and at Sharifa Nalahaya 9598 brings in Malaysia like a stealthy ninja. Who knew these nations could throw down like this? And let's not forget the furious Russian onslaught from at Hobuya, determined to stamp out any competition. Meanwhile, at Phuong Tran BD9OP is launching an all-out assault with Vietnam, leading the charge like a rice paddy warrior. Stay tuned, because this chaotic clash of countries is only getting started. The battlefield is heating up. Vietnam is charging in with an unstoppable army led by at Phuong Tran, overwhelming the competition with echoing cries of Vietnam. Meanwhile, at Love Thai is rallying the Kazakh troops, who are plotting their strategy for an epic showdown with the determined forces of at Sharifah Nalahia 9598's Malaysia. And hold on to your hats because Peru, represented by at Benny Haman Palacios, is throwing some serious shade on the battlefield, while Russia Fiabuya just keeps flexing its military might like a bear that just discovered a honeypot. Let's not forget the secret weapon of at Monkiayo, as Hong Kong's army brings the chaos with wild energy. If only they could leverage all that caffeine into a defensive strategy. This war is turning into a meme-fueled frenzy. The battlefield is roaring. Russia is charging in with a whopping army of players, led by at Poiabuia, while Peru's valiant forces rally under at Benjamin Palacios, trying to hold their ground against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Vietnam, represented fiercely by at Phuong Tran, is sending in wave after wave of reinforcements, ready to ride into the chaos with their trademark rice and determination. And wait, what's this? Kazakhstan is entering the fray too, thanks to at K1NG156, proving that, even in a sea of flags, the steppes can rise to conquer. Buckle up, folks. This war is about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up with the relentless waves of Russian troops pouring in from at Poiabuia and at Andrew Kuzovkin War Tree 9 dominating the front lines. Meanwhile, Azerbaijan's forces, led by at Nikolago Kitchenet, are clashing fiercely, and rumor has it they're just here for the oil and shashlik. Over in the east, at Dat 87 and at Phuong Tran BD9 Oak rally Vietnam's troops, but can they withstand the sheer number of Russian reinforcements? It's like a never-ending buffet, and everyone wants a bite. The battlefield is heating up as Hong Kong forces, led by the relentless Monkiayo, unleash a storm of flags, but they're met head-on by the might of the Philippines, rallying behind A10 NZ0 G1-0, ready for a vibrant clash. Meanwhile, the Russians, spearheaded by Ivana Zutin and the relentless crew, form an iron wall declaring, "We will be in your memes," while the energetic Egyptians charge in from the side with Daniel Meslat shouting, "Who needs pyramids when you have flags?" Watch out for Vietnam's win. Dad rallying to establish a hidden base. Let's see how this alliance plays out. The battlefield is lit with the relentless charge of Russia, as Misha Esh-3A7P leads wave after wave of red, blue and white soldiers into a furious struggle. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong forces, spearheaded by Monkeo, are throwing virtual hugs, but are they enough to withstand this onslaught? The Philippines, rallied by A10NZ0 GU1NT0 is preparing a tropical counterattack, while Daniel Melad sends in the Egyptian reinforcements, ready to unleash some Pharaoh-level chaos. And don't forget, it seems Germany is having an identity crisis, popping up everywhere from German F3 Rocks Boys Camp. This is turning into more of a global potluck than a battle, folks. Buckle up, because this storm's just getting started. The battlefield is heating up with Brazil charging in with an army of support from Kuki P2H8W, ready to samba their way through the competition. Meanwhile, Ivan Lazutin Z2H4K and the relentless Russians are not backing down, unleashing wave after wave of reinforcements, proving they might just be the ultimate juggernaut. Not to be outdone, Monkeo keeps the Hong Kong forces marching with numbers that could make even a cat meme blush with envy. And let's not forget Daniel Melad's Egypt, bringing a whole new meaning to It's a Small World as they rise up to challenge the Titans. Grab your popcorn because this epic showdown is just getting started. The battleground is heating up as the fierce forces of Hong Kong surge forward, led by the relentless Monkeo, launching an all-out attack. But hold on tight, because Russia isn't backing down, with Andrew Kozovkin 390 and the relentless Roman Rimsky 4495 rallying their comrades, sending waves of reinforcements like they're exporting vodka at a discount. Meanwhile, Daniel Melad is shouting out for Egypt, while Roblox 07G5's Turkey is rolling in with an army of kebabs and chaos. Can anyone stop this Russian blitzkrieg? Or will the Hong Kong flag fly high amidst the clashing nations? Stay tuned for the next tactical move. Chaos erupts as Ethiopia charges into the fray, led by the fearless Arigash Tesfa, while Egypt, represented by Daniel Melad, rallies its troops with a barrage of support. The Russians are unyielding, with POIIABWIA and Ivan Lazutin Z2SH4K serving up a relentless wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Phuong Tran BD9 Ops Vietnam is making waves, and let's not forget Roblox 07G5's turbocharged Turkey, ready to roast some marshmallows over the battlefield. Did you know that Vietnam loves its foes so much they might just turn the battlefield into a soup kitchen? Meanwhile, Turkey's soldiers are strong enough to lift a whole kebab truck. Prepare for epic alliances and spicy betrayals as this war escalates. Chaos reigns as Russia storms the battlefield with wave after wave of reinforcements. At POI Abuya and at Mysteriovan S1J are rallying to flood the arena with an astonishing number of Russian flags, while Turkey, represented by at Roblox 07G5R and at Firmal 5710, stands ready to counterattack with their strategic prowess and kebabs. Fun fact, did you know that Russians love their banya, but Turkey has the world's tastiest baklava? It's a culinary showdown too. Meanwhile, at Daniel Melad's Egypt is pushing forward with a fierce determination of their own, reminiscent of ancient warriors charging into battle. The battlefield is ablaze with chaos as the USA, bolstered by at Curly Willy, prepares to clash with the relentless forces of Russia, rallying behind at POI Abuya and at Roman Rimsky 4495. Meanwhile, Egypt stands tall, led by at Daniel Melad, while Turkey, represented by at Firmel 5710, strategizes its next move amidst this swirling storm of flags. Do you think the USA might prefer a barbecue while Russia's firing up those vodka shots? It's a culinary showdown as much as it is a strategic one. The battlefield is electrifying as Hong Kong's forces surge into the fray, rallying behind at Monkieo with unmatched fervor. But watch out, Vietnam, led by at Nagisa 810, is charging in with an impressive army of support, ready to outmaneuver and seize the day. Meanwhile, the Kremlin's might grows stronger with the relentless waves of at Roman Rimsky 4495 and at POI Abuya, who seem determined to turn this matchup into a Russian dance-off. Who knew diplomacy could involve so many catchy rhythms? The stakes are high, and betrayal lurks around every corner. Will Turkey's steadfast alliances called to arms by at Firmel 570 change the tide? Chaos reigns in the heart of Battle of the Flags. Egypt is surging forward with reinforcements, thanks to at Daniel Melad, and those pharaohs are ready to unleash their ancient magic. Meanwhile, at Firmel 720 is rallying Turkey, whose kebabs might just dodge a few bullets. But can they avoid a showdown with the relentless Russian brigade arriving from at Roman Rimsky 4495 and at Confident Ton 4418? It's a culinary clash of epic proportions, folks. And let's not forget the relentless horde from Hong Kong, led by at Monkieo, bringing an unyielding wave of excitement. Seriously, is this an invasion or a non-stop karaoke session? The battlefield is lit. The battlefield is heating up with the thundering forces of Russia launching an all-out campaign, as at Confident Ton 4418 and at Ibn Lazutin Z2-4K rally the troops with their overwhelming numbers. Brazil is not backing down either, with at Biluamigo de Piggy sending wave after wave of green and yellow into the fray, determined to samba their way to victory. Meanwhile, at Daniel Melad's Egypt stands tall, ready to unleash their pharaohs on the unsuspecting rivals. And look out, Mongolia, led by Bujinal Kamog Vajra, is charging forth with an epic cavalry ride. If only they could ride past the long lines of turkey kebabs from Fermel 5710, we might have a legendary feast at the finish line. Buckle up, folks, this war is about to get wild. The battlefield erupts as Russia, led by Pia rolls out an impressive stranglehold with a seemingly endless supply of troops. But hold on tight. Myanmar, helmed by OP 700, is launching a massive wave of reinforcements that could turn the tide at any moment. Is it a friendly fire situation? Or will we witness an epic betrayal in this unending clash? Meanwhile, Britain, represented by Shuji, is sharpening its swords and preparing for a glorious comeback, ready to tea and tactical warfare their way to victory. Did you know the British can queue longer than anyone else in a battlefield? Talk about patience. The battlefield is erupting with the fierce rivalry between Egypt and Poland. Daniel Melad is rallying the pharaohs, while Shimu 732 and their Polish brigade are charging ahead. Will they take the pyramids, or will the Polish pierogi prevail? Meanwhile, the British forces, led by Plyxuk, are looking to provide some tea-time diplomacy amidst the chaos. Fun fact, did you know the Polish love their pierogi almost as much as Egyptians love their koshari? The stakes couldn't be higher. But wait, Brazil's troops, commanded by Edbiluwami Godapigi, are launching an aggressive Samba assault, dancing their way through the ranks. And Opod 700's relentless Myanmar forces are sending waves of support. The question is, can they all unite against the colossal Russian onslaught from Poyabuya and Misteravan Eswanj? Or will they crumble like a cookie in the face of borscht? Hold on tight, folks. The Philippines are joining the fray, and Turkey is throwing in some kebab power. This world war has become a buffet of nations clashing for supremacy. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam rolls in with a wave of reinforcements. At Nagisa 810's troops are flooding the front lines, ready to defend their territory against an ominous invasion from Turkey, led by Secret 100T6. Meanwhile, Opod 700 is rallying the mighty forces of Myanmar, launching a relentless barrage that could rival the best memes of 2020. And don't forget about the unyielding Russians, with Po Ayabui Aya sending a never-ending stream of support to bolster their ranks. Are they trying to recreate the Soviet Union, or just make a point about their national pride? Buckle up, as Plygi's British forces prepare to join the fray. reminding the world that tea time might just be the secret weapon we've all been missing. Chaos erupts as Malaysia storms onto the scene, with a relentless wave of support. But hold on tight, because Japan is retaliating with an army of fans so massive, you'd think they were assembling a Gundam. Meanwhile, Brazil and Russia are locked in a fierce standoff, with Brazil trying to samba its way into the heart of the competition, while Russia's flexing that classic, "We're here to win" vibe. Good luck with that. And let's not forget about South Africa, ready to drop some pop culture references, while charging into battle. All while India is taking notes on strategy from the sidelines. It's a global brawl, folks. Anything can happen. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as Brazil, led by the fierce Atza J7H and at Davi Barros K1T, turns the heat up with wave after wave of yellow and green determination. But wait, South Africa is charging in from the other flank, thanks to at Kamebovu's relentless reinforcements, determined to bring the noise and not just the biltong this time. Meanwhile, at POI Ayabuya is rallying the mighty Russian bear, sending a message that vodka and strategy go hand in hand, and India, represented by at PCB Notes HT7, keeps popping up like a stubborn little cricket making a comeback, ready to swing for the fences. The tension is palpable. Is anyone else feeling a dramatic betrayal brewing? Stay tuned. The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by at POI Buei, unleashes a relentless wave of troops, hoping to dominate with sheer numbers. But wait, South Africa's at Kamebovu is rallying a robust defense, determined to stand tall against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by at Fung Trangtran and at Lazinho 777, is looking to drop some samba beats and maybe a few surprises. Just ask the Amazon, they know how to throw a party and keep it wild. Poland's at MS8690 is sneaking in with some strategic moves, while at PCB Notes 87 is bringing India into the fray, ready to spice things up. And what's this? Japan's at Hujin V7J is making a stealthy entrance with samurai precision. It's a chaotic clash of cultures and strategies. May the best flag fly high. The battlefield is heating up with Poland charging in strong. At MS8690 and at Merchis1122 are rallying the Polish ranks. But watch out, Russia is rolling in with an overwhelming wave of troops led by at Fomiderman 6515, who seems to have a never-ending supply of support. Meanwhile, the heat is on as India, represented by at PCB Notes HT7 and at the Random Guy 2.0, is plotting some spicy tactics to outmaneuver everyone. Just a reminder, folks, if you thought curry was hot, wait until you see these nations clash. And Japan is lurking in the shadows, thanks to at Hujin V7J, ready to unleash some unexpected teamwork. This war is about to go wild.
Let's go. Yo. I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine.
Chaos erupts as India storms onto the battlefield, rallying behind at PCB Notes 87, ready to take on the fierce warriors from Poland led by at MS869D. Meanwhile, the mighty Russian forces commanded by at Igor Chuyanov J2O unleash an endless wave of troops, making everyone wonder if they've got a secret portal to Narnia. Can Japan, with the tactical genius of at Fujin V7J, outsmart the advancing armies, or will they find themselves sushi on the battlefield? And let's not forget Vietnam, whose reinforcements keep rolling in, led by at 36 Rauma M2D and at Munio TQ8SB. Clearly, they're taking fight night very seriously. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam rallies with relentless determination, led by the unstoppable at Make1 2744. Meanwhile, Germany, represented by at Merchis 11122, is gearing up for a classic clash of efficiency versus flavor. But wait, Japan, commanded by at Fujin V7J, is getting ready to unleash some tactical sushi rolls for the ultimate ambush. And let's not forget India from at PCB Notes 87, ready to throw in some spicy tactics. This war just got a whole lot more flick. Battle erupts as Turkey stands firm against the relentless waves of Japan, Vietnam, and Poland. Ali Faku's Turkey is poised for a showdown, while Tiger Khan's Japan is flipping sushi rolls into the chaos, and the Vietnamese forces are multiplying like spring rolls at a buffet. Meanwhile, the USA is flexing its muscles with Fahmi Darman leading the charge, while Russia's Zhlav Roneshky is sneaking in on the side with some sneaky vodka tactics. Poland can't stop popping up with the force of 1,000 ferocious, ready to join the fray as Vietnam keeps charging in like it's got a 24-hour pho buffet going on. And just when you thought things couldn't get crazier, Corey is shouting for South Africa to join the melee, ready to bring a whole new level of brawl to the battlefield. Hold on to your hats, folks. This war is heating up. Chaos reigns in the battlefield as the USA, led by the mighty at Famidaraman 65 and at Brawl Stars 8M5W, charges forth, drowning the competition in a sea of fast food and freedom. But wait, Vietnam isn't backing down, taking the upper hand with a relentless surge led by at Mifwang 2744 and at 36 Rauma M2D, ready to prove that foe beats burgers any day. Meanwhile, at PCB Notes H7 joins the fray with a double strike from India, while at Karam F1Y7 throws Turkey into the mix, adding some spices to this international stew. And hold up, at Luke Moon 21 is dominating the USA troops like a Hollywood blockbuster. But can they withstand the Vietnamese onslaught? It's the ultimate showdown, folks. Who will claim victory in this hilarious and chaotic clash of cultures? chaos erupts as the USA, led by @LukeMoon21 and @BrawlStars8M5W, launches an all-out invasion on Vietnam, defended fiercely by @MyForm2744 and @SukiMat. Meanwhile, the mighty Russia, fooled by @POIIBui and @Assassin Picnic Tables Pikachu, forms a formidable alliance, chanting "Mother Russia," while preparing to drop some serious vodka bombs on the battlefield. Watch out for the classic Vietnam noodle ambush as they try to outwit the American Burger Brigade. And hey, who knew Poland could be a wild card in all this drama? Let's see how that plays out with @Cat123 caught throwing down for the Poles. The battlefield erupts as the mighty Russia, spearheaded by @Belarusia Rossiya and @Anastasia Kozlova, clashes with the fierce USA, led by the relentless @BrawlStars8M5W. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by @MS869, is rallying its forces for a samba of chaos, while Vietnam, championed by @MyForm2744 and @ShamanaShuke100, is determined to make a splash. Can we talk about South Africa though? @Corey I8R3Y is ready to unleash some Bry power, and oh boy, the sheer number of Myanmar troops from @Oppa D700 could put any parade to shame. Are they invading yet, or just here for the festival? This chaotic clash is living proof that geopolitics can be as unpredictable as a cat meme. USA is charging forward, guns blazing, with @BrawlStars8M5W and @LukeMoon21 rallying the troops for a red, white, and blue takeover. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented fiercely by @MS869, is throwing a carnival of counterattacks with the rhythm of samba, shaking the battlefield. But what's this? @Oppa D700 is unleashing an army of Myanmar's emojis like it's going out of style. Are we witnessing a meme warfare escalation? Get ready for a whirlwind of alliances and betrayals as @Kamebavu shouts for South Africa, and @MyForm2744 sneaks in from the east as Vietnam joins the fray. The battlefield is heating up as Japan is joining the fray, ready to unleash its sushi-powered strategy. Meanwhile, the USA is pouring in troops like it's a Black Friday sale, with @LukeMoon21 and @BrawlStars8M5W leading the charge. But can they handle the Brazilian onslaught coming in hot from @RakeDias6208 and @MS8690? Speaking of Brazil, they're bringing their carnival spirit to this war with a Brazil Brazil chant. And watch out, Myanmar is trying to swoop in, but they might need more than a few flags to shake things up. battlefield is heating up as Brazil, led by @RakeDias6208, storms the scene with a wall of enthusiasm. But wait, @OpD700 is rallying Myanmar's troops like they're auditioning for a drumline. Meanwhile, the USA, represented by @BrawlStars8M5W, stands ready, holding its iconic burgers and freedom fries close. Don't forget the fireworks for when they join the fray. And here comes Vietnam, thanks to @Suki entering this chaotic melee like a stealthy ninja. Let's not overlook Japan, coming in with precision and honor as @Hujin V7J takes the helm. Will they form an alliance, or will it be a sushi showdown against the Brazilian samba? Get your popcorn ready because this is about to get wild. Chaos erupts as Brazil storms the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of players. @RakeDias6208 is leading the charge with a relentless display of Brazilian fervor, like a carnival with a side of war drums. Meanwhile, @OD700 keeps sending reinforcements from Myanmar, trying to raise the stakes, but can they outdance the samba? And wait, what's this? @Comebavu has gathered a South African battalion, ready to show some serious World Cup spirit. It's a clash of cultures and a fight for dominance. Who will emerge victorious? They're either going to party hard or just party. The battle lines are drawn as Brazil storms the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of players rallying behind @RakeDias6208. Meanwhile, Turkey is flexing its muscles with Erupts9692 leading a massive charge, claiming big gig like a Turkish delight. Watch out for Malaysia, represented fiercely @Zulkifli6F, ready to pounce, while Japan sneaks in like a ninja under @Hujun V7J. And don't forget the USA roaring for glory with @ThatSportCod6767. Time to get the popcorn because this war is shaping up to be one wild fiesta. Fun fact, Brazil might be known for its samba, but today it's dancing into battle. Sample. Tension is boiling as Turkey storms the battlefield led by Erupts9692, shouting biggie louder than a Turkish coffee brewing. But wait, here comes the relentless force of @Comebavu's South Africa, determined to break through with a wave of determination. Meanwhile, Brazil is on an absolute roll with @RakeDias6208, bringing in a barrage of Brazil comments, reminiscent of a carnival parade. Let's see if that energy fuels their battle strategy. And don't forget the stealthy tactics of Japan, lurking in the shadows like a ninja ready to strike. The battlefield is heating up with Turkey charging in full force thanks to @Erkantasbaz9692's rallying cry. But wait, Brazil, represented by @Davalucas Ferragomes 2727 and @RayXDias6208, is throwing down the gauntlet with an overwhelming display of support. It's like a samba party meets a Turkish festival, and everyone's invited. Meanwhile, @Dinarapakarina I5G brings Kazakhstan into the fray, reminding everyone that when it comes to steps and kebabs, this is one rivalry you don't want to miss. Can Turkey keep its title as the heavyweight champion, or will Brazil's relentless rhythm take the crown? Ample. Brazil is charging into the battlefield like a samba parade. @RayXDias6208 is leading the charge with a battalion of supporters, but it's not just a one-sided carnival here. @Ercantaspazi9692 shouts out, "Big Ig Turkey!" ready to roast some marshmallows over the Brazilian barbecue, while @Hujun-V7J sends in waves of Japanese warriors probably hoping to take home some Brazilian dance moves. Will the Kazakh forces led by @Dinarapakarina I5 Green team up with Turkey and turn the tide? Or will Brazil dance its way to victory? Let's see how this wild conflict unfolds. Chaos erupts as Kazakhstan, Brazil, Japan and Turkey take center stage in this pixelated battlefield. Dinarapakarina and her compatriots from Kazakhstan are rallying hard, while the Brazilian forces led by Davalucas Ferragomes 727 are crashing the party like a carnival on steroids. Meanwhile, Turkey's Ercantaspazi 9692 is flexing their dominance with a shoutout that echoes across the land. Who knew Turkish enthusiasm could be this infectious? And with every passing moment, it feels like we're at the Olympic Games of warfare. Battlefield is heating up as Turkey, armed with bold declarations from Ercantaspazi 9692, storms the front lines. Meanwhile, Brazil, led by the relentless @Davalucas Ferragomes 2727, is flooding the scene with a tidal wave of support. Who knew they had such stamina for battle? And look out, here comes Japan, thanks to @Hujun-V7J, ready to unleash their strategic prowess like a finely crafted anime plot twist. Can anyone keep up with this high-octane showdown, or will Brazil's samba spirit dance its way to victory? The battlefield is heating up as Brazil, led by the relentless @Trias6208, launches an all-out samba invasion shouting, "More flags!" While Japan, under the command of @Hujun-V7J, counters with precise karate chops and a barrage of cherry blossom wonders. Meanwhile, India's @RishuRRS is backing down, declaring a full-scale cricket tournament war, leaving everyone wondering if that hand gesture means peace or bring it on. And Kazakhstan, helmed by the formidable @Dinarapakarina I5G, is flexing its muscles with a parade of flags, proving they're not just about the vast steppes, but also about dominating the competition. The battlefield is heating up as Japan storms the front lines with a staggering wave of reinforcements led by At-Hujin V7J, boasting a determination so strong it could fuel 1,000 anime plot twists. But wait, Russia, under the command of At-Lashainik CNB, retaliates with a colossal counteroffensive, rolling in waves of reinforcements like it's winter in Siberia. Kazakhstan, represented by At-BK Essen-1, is here too, ready to steal the show or at least some gift for everyone. And let's not forget Argentina, with At-Suhamed Pex4 rallying their forces, bringing enough tango spirit to dance circles around the competition. Where's the popcorn, folks? This war just got spicy. The battlefield is erupting as Vietnam rushes into the fray, ready to serve up some spicy faux diplomacy against Jordan, who's defending their territory with falafel-fueled bravado. And look out, here comes Japan storming in with a dizzying array of sushi rolls. I'm talking full-on sushi samurai mode. Meanwhile, India is still trying to figure out how to join this wild party, with Turkey throwing in their kebabs for good measure. This is shaping up to be a culinary clash of epic proportions. Keep the country names coming, folks. This war is just heating up. Kazakhstan has arrived in full force, charging forward with an avalanche of support from At-Beek S01 and At-Dinarapakarina I5G. Meanwhile, Turkey is eyeing the battlefield with At-Zuhalosturk 8815 ready to make strategic moves. Brazil is not holding back either, with At-Willis Matthias K1D rallying the troops, while Japan, led by At-Hujin V7J, is stacking up an impressive navy of flags. And don't forget the simmering tension as India, represented by At-Parat Dasev 3SK, tries to break into the fray. Can they join the ranks before it's too late? Get ready for a geopolitical showdown, folks. The battlefield is ablaze as the forces of Kazakhstan rally under the banner of their country, led by the mighty duo At-BK Escalating and Dinarapakarina I5Gs, unleashing an overwhelming wave of support. Meanwhile, Japan, with the indomitable At-Hujin V7J, counters with a swift samurai strike, showing that their sushi isn't the only thing that's on the cutting edge. And don't forget the boisterous South Africa and Brazil chiming in, with At-Kamebavu and At-Porson JR bringing the heat like a braai on a sunny day. It's a chaotic melee with alliances forming and rivalries heating up. Who will emerge as the ultimate flag bearer? The battlefield is heating up with a Kazakhstani invasion on full display, as Dinara Pakarina I5G leads to charge with a staggering wave of support, is flooding in from every corner, and it's clear they're not here to play nice. Meanwhile, Komabovu is rallying South Africa in a display of unity, but can they hold their ground against the overwhelming numbers of Kazakhstan? And let's not forget Japan's tactical precision, led by Hujin V7J, who keeps sending in troops with a legendary zeal. Fun fact. Did you know Japan has more vending machines than people? Perfect for supplying troops mid-battle. But can all this enthusiasm translate to victory? Stay tuned. Kazakhstan's forces are storming the battlefield with sheer numbers, led by the relentless @BK, SN01 and @Dinara Pakarina I5G rallying for glory. But watch out! Japan, powered by the unstoppable @V7J, is countering with a dazzling wave of samurai spirit, aiming to slice through the competition like sushi. Meanwhile, @Imperial Canadense is bringing in Brazil to spice things up, possibly with some samba moves to distract the rivals. Can Kazakhstan hold its ground, or will the sushi slicers prevail? Grab your popcorn. This is one spicy conflict. The battlefield is lit as Brazil, the legendary warriors of samba and football, join the fray, with Imperial Canadense rallying the troops. But wait, here come the Malaysians charging in en masse, while Russia is flooding the front lines with a relentless stream of reinforcements. @user CP39SS2B is not holding back. Kazakhstan is also pushing hard, with @Dinara Pakarina I5G deploying wave after wave of proud fighters. But I have to say, if you need to count on someone to bring the snacks, it's definitely the Turks, who are now entering the battlefield strong with intensifies 9692. The battlefield is heating up as Russia prepares for a colossal clash with Turkey, and the comment section is a fierce frontline. @user CP39S2B and his relentless Russian reinforcements are charging in, but Cantisbazi 9692 and the Turkish forces are not backing down, claiming they're too hot to handle. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan is making its presence known with a solid wave of support from @Dinara Pakarina I5G, rallying troops like they're offering free shashlik. Over in the east, @Hujin V7J is bringing in the samurai spirit of Japan, asserting that